Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to race day for the 2022 Mexico City Grand Prix. Hope you're all doing well after what's been a pretty decent weekend of action so far. Qualifying yesterday was very exciting, and we had a great fight for not just pole position, but really the entire grid, or the entire field, rather. It was just very, very exciting the whole way through. We didn't know what was going to happen really at any point during qualifying, and hopefully that, carries through to the race itself, beginning in just under 2 hours' time. And yeah, I think we are going to get probably not as good of a race as we had last weekend in Austin, but it will be still a decent race as long as we don't have like a massive turn one collision between some of the front runners. I think, if everyone gets through the first lap absolutely fine, I think we'll have a very competitive Grand Prix really throughout the entire field. The two Red Bulls versus the two Mercedes for the win and the podium positions. Ferrari will probably be third fastest and be in the middle of nowhere, unfortunately. But then at the front of the midfield, we've got, Bottas, Norris, the Alpines, Alonso and Ocon, Ricciardo in there as well. And I'm sure we'll have Sebastian Vettel, Lance Stroll coming through the field as well. It's going to be, like I said, a pretty competitive Grand Prix here in Mexico. Of course, the atmosphere for the Mexico City Grand Prix, always brilliant, and yeah, great to be back for another year. And yeah, I think it'll be a decent race today. It'll be better, I think, than what we got last year, which was, yeah, just kind of a meh 5 out of 10 type of race. I think we'll get a bit more of a competitive race here today, and hopefully, until the very end of the race, we won't know exactly who's going to win and, who's going to finish where, like we pretty much known in last year's Grand Prix for quite a while for most of the field. But just want to say quickly, as I usually do, hope you guys are doing well, no matter what time it is in your part of the world or where you're from. I hope you're all having as best a day as possible, given whatever circumstances you are going through. And yeah, great to have you all here for, firstly, the race preview, which will be lasting for the next hour and 45 minutes. Then we will probably start getting into the race watch along. And as you can see on your screen, the race starts in just under 2 hours from now. So yeah, it may seem still quite a bit away, but trust me, the next 2 hours will fly by as we build up to the race. And one more thing to let you guys know is my co-commentator Niblo will not be on tonight, just like he wasn't on last week. And yeah, the reason again is because the timing is just not really good for him. It's like 5:36 a.m. or something like that in Australia, in his part of Australia, when the race starts. So yeah, that's why he won't be on this evening. But let's hope he'll be on for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix in a fortnight's time. I think he'll definitely be on for the final race, because that's on a much better time for him, of around, I think, midnight-ish for him. But yeah, he'll definitely be on again before the end of the season. Don't worry about that. But yeah, let's get into this race preview, and we will start, of course, with the results from qualifying. And I will go through what the starting grid is, of course, for this Mexico City Grand Prix, which is almost exactly the same as the order in qualifying, except for a couple drivers, which I'll go into now. So Max Verstappen will start the Mexico City Grand Prix on pole for the first time in his career. Obviously, he's won this race 3 times, so he's looking for his 4th win here in Mexico. George Russell is in 2nd, with Hamilton 3rd, Perez 4th, Carlos Sainz is 5th, Valtteri Bottas is 6th, Charles Leclerc 7th, Norris is in 8th place for McLaren, and then the 2 Alpines of Alonso and Ocon completing the top 10. And then you've got Ricciardo 11th, Zhou 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Gasly 14th, Magnussen qualified 15th, but he will start 19th because of a penalty for a new ICE component for his power unit. So instead, it'll be Mick Schumacher starting 15th, with Sebastian Vettel in 16th, and then it'll be the 2 Williamses, 17th and 18th, of Albon and Latifi, and then Magnussen, will start 19th, and Lance Stroll will start at the back. And the reason is because obviously he has a 3-place grid penalty for this race because of him causing the collision between himself and Fernando Alonso in Austin a week ago. So that's why Stroll is starting at the very back. But yeah, looking at the grid, it looks pretty good to me. Doesn't look like, the typical grid we've had this season. Obviously, Mercedes second and third on the grid. We haven't had that really at all this season. And it's been rare to see Mercedes have even one car in the top 3 in qualifying. So, yeah, that's, good to see. Mercedes right up there. And we know that they are, incredibly quick on race day. And given how quick Red Bull are, it should be a pretty competitive, close fight up there with the 2 Red Bulls and the 2 Mercedes. And again, with Ferrari, I think they will manage to finish ahead of the midfield cars behind, but they definitely don't have the pace of the front 2 teams. There's no doubt about that. And then, Alfa Romeo, McLaren, Alpine, and maybe AlphaTauri and Aston Martin, I think, are probably the teams fighting for the rest of the points here in this Grand Prix. So yeah, it should be a very competitive race. I'm just hoping we do get, quite a bit of overtaking. Obviously, overtaking is difficult around here, even though there is a very long pit straight. After that pit straight, it is quite tight, the circuit, and it's hard to fit another car alongside another. But with these cars that can follow a lot better, I'm hoping we'll get a lot more overtaking than we got, last year and some of the years before as well. But now, let's get into the teams, and I'll go through, how I think they'll get on in today's 2022 Mexico City Grand Prix. And of course, we will start with the world champions Red Bull. And good result, very good result in qualifying. Wasn't looking as though they were going to be on pole position, I'm going to be honest. After Q2, it looked as though Mercedes had the best car in qualifying. And I think you could still probably argue that Mercedes may have had overall the better car in qualifying. But because Mercedes and their drivers did not do the best final laps in Q3, and Verstappen put in 2 absolutely superb laps in qualifying, that's what I think caused Max Verstappen to end up on pole position. I don't think Verstappen was on pole simply because Red Bull had the better car. It was because Verstappen performed better in Q3, so well done to him. But we know pole position here in Mexico is not necessarily the best place to be, because the last time pole position won a race around this track was back in 2016 with Lewis Hamilton. And yeah, 2017, we saw a change for the lead at, I think, turn 1 or turn 2. 2018, I think the lead changed right off the grid. And then in 2019, I think it stayed the same. I think Leclerc, who was on pole, stayed in the lead of that race, but he didn't end up going on to win. And then last year, of course, Valtteri Bottas was on pole, but Max Verstappen, who started third, ended up getting his way past into turn 1. So that is the, I would say, most critical part of the race for Red Bull is the start, because I reckon if they can hold on to the lead with Verstappen and then maybe get Perez into the top 3, then even though Mercedes will have some very good pace today, because Red Bull will have the track position, I think that will really help them today. And I do believe that they will hold on to the lead of the race with Max Verstappen into turn 1. And I believe that because of that, and because of the great pace Max has around here and the great pace of the Red Bull car, I believe Max Verstappen will hang on to win this race. It's not going to be an easy race. He's not going to win by an absolute mile, but I think, I think he'll just have too much pace and he'll just be good enough to get that victory for Red Bull. But yeah, the start of the race is so crucial to who wins this race, I believe. Even though, yes, I believe that there will be chances later in the race for Mercedes or Red Bull to, swap around the order when it comes to strategy and the pit stop phases and stuff like that. Possible safety cars later in the race could really help them as well. But if you look at, the last few Grand Prix here in Mexico, the start of the race has been absolutely critical in deciding who has won this Grand Prix. So, yeah, I think that will be very, very important again here today. And, I think if Verstappen holds on to the lead on the first lap, which I think he will, then I think he wins the race by, 3 or 4 seconds from a Mercedes driver, I'll put it that way, in second place. I'll get on to who I think will be second for Mercedes later. The only other things to, I wouldn't say worry about if you're Red Bull, but the only other things in the race they need to really make sure they're performing well at in this Grand Prix is obviously the strategy, which around this track is very, very important, because fresh tyres, the gain you get on fresh tyres is absolutely massive around this circuit. The track does really kill the tyres. So if someone pits for fresher tyres and you stay out on your older tyres, you're going to lose way more lap time than you would do at a lot of other tracks on the calendar. So if, Max Verstappen is only a couple seconds ahead of Hamilton or Russell, or even a Ferrari somehow, I don't think that's going to happen, but let's say it did, then really Red Bull, what they cannot do is wait for a Mercedes or Ferrari to trigger the first pit stop, because that team, whoever does it, if they were to do that, they would gain so much time on Red Bull and Verstappen with an undercut there. So they need to kind of just, go for their own strategy and not worry about other, or not that they shouldn't worry about other teams, but, they shouldn't wait for other teams to pit first before making their pit stop, is the point I'm trying to make. We are expecting, by the way, a 2-stop strategy for today. That's what Pirelli have said is the best strategy for this race. According to them, the best strategy is to start the soft tyre, then go to the medium, and then go to another set of mediums for the end of the race. But that is only marginally quicker, according to Pirelli, than a 1-stop strategy where you go from medium compound tyres that you would start on and then onto the hard tyre. So the pace difference between a 2-stop and a 1-stop is very close. So strategy is going to be so important today. And it's going to be very important for choosing who wins this race. Again, the start of the race will be very important, but who gets the strategy right will also be very, very crucial as well. Normally, Red Bull get it right 90% of the time. So that's why I still think, even when it comes to strategy, I think they'll get it right, because, again, they do almost all the time. And I think Verstappen will obviously benefit from that and end up winning the Grand Prix. As for Sergio Perez, obviously the top three, they're going to be fighting like crazy into turn one. What Perez needs to do simply is, tuck into the slipstream, grab as much slipstream as he can, and then, anyone out of the top three that goes wide or goes off track, possibly has an accident or a spin, try and duck and dive his way past, whilst all of that craziness possibly goes on, which it definitely could into turn 1, 2, and 3. We've seen last year, with Bottas getting took out by Ricciardo. 2019, Max and Lewis had contact at turn 2, which caused a bit of messiness. And then 2017, you had contact between Vettel, Verstappen, and then Vettel and Hamilton. So if that does go on in the first 3 corners between the top 3, then Perez has just got to set his car up in terms of the position of his car in a way that he can benefit most from that, because I think Perez has a good chance of getting into 3rd, maybe even 2nd place on the first lap of the Grand Prix. But given how marginal it is between a 2-stop and a 1-stop, if Perez is still in 4th place at the end of lap 1, I would be tempted, if I was Red Bull, in putting Perez on the 1-stop strategy. And the reason that is because we know Sergio Perez is very good at looking after his tyres and tends to be able to go a lot longer on a set of tyres than other drivers can. So, yeah, it might be worth just getting him to go 5 to 7 laps longer with his first pit stop, compared to, say, his teammate Verstappen, who will probably be on a 2-stop strategy, I'd imagine, out front to cover off the 2 Mercedes, who will probably be pretty aggressive with their strategy today. But yeah, it might be worth with Red Bull and with Perez going for the 1-stopper, so that if Max gets jumped in the pit stop phases somehow, that they have, you know, Perez on a different strategy that could still reclaim the victory of the race. But for Sergio Perez, I think he will finish in 3rd place, ahead of one of the Mercedes. Again, I'll get into what Mercedes that will be when I get onto them in a few moments' time. But yeah, 1st and 3rd I think is going to be for Red Bull, and I think it will be Max's 14th win of 2022. Obviously, he will break the race win record, you know, most wins in a season record, if he does get the win today, or, you know, another win in the final 3 races of this season, either today, 2 weeks in Brazil, or in 3 weeks in the final race in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, I think Max will get the win today. Perez will be 3rd on the podium, and it'll be nice, big celebration for Red Bull and the Mexican fans. But yeah, the start of the race, and again, the strategy chosen by the respective teams is going to be the real crucial elements to who finishes where in this Grand Prix. I don't think it's necessarily going to come down to on-track maneuvers. I think, again, it will come down a lot to the strategy and the start of the race itself. Before we go on to Mercedes, though, let me go on to the Ferrari team quickly. And I'm not going to spend too much time on Ferrari because, yeah, they're not really competitive this weekend, and that is pretty clear to see. 5th and 7th they were in qualifying. Carlos Sainz in 5th and Charles Leclerc in P7. Very disappointing for the Ferrari team. And yeah, they were what? I think with Carlos Sainz, they were 6/10 or half a second away from Verstappen on pole, which is around this track with the, you know, quite a bit of a shorter lap than most tracks, quite a lot of time be losing to Verstappen at this circuit. So yeah, very disappointing for the Ferrari team. And, you know, I think they'll be quite clearly quicker than the midfield cars behind and around them. You know, Bottas, Norris, Alonso, Ocon, Ricciardo. I think they'll be way quicker than those cars, but they won't be quick enough to fight with Red Bull and Mercedes out front. They'll be, you know, 3rd fastest team, middle of nowhere. And what they've got to do, Ferrari, simply, is just hope that there are safety cars at, you know, the absolute right times for them to get onto softer tyres compared to the Mercedes and Red Bull cars at certain stages of the race. If that doesn't happen, then I don't see how they finish any higher than 5th and 6th in this Grand Prix, which is my prediction for them for this race. I think it'll be Carlos Sainz in 5th and Charles Leclerc finishing in 6th place. I just don't see how Ferrari, even if Carlos Sainz, for example, was to get up to 3rd on the first lap, he's not going to keep that position because the Ferrari car we know doesn't have the race pace to stay up there with Red Bull and Mercedes. And even in qualifying trim, the Ferrari just simply wasn't as quick as the Red Bull and Mercedes cars. So yeah, it's going to be a tough race for Ferrari. And yeah, 5th and 6th, I think realistically, is the best I can see for the Scuderia. Let's hope I'm proved wrong, though. If they were to get a podium out of this race, that would be a very good result for them. Very, very good result. But, yeah, not sure how possible, really, that is. But now, we will go on to Red Bull's main competitors for the victory today, and that is Mercedes-Benz. So, yeah, George Russell in 2nd, Lewis Hamilton in 3rd, and as I said, the 2 Mercedes drivers could have done better laps in qualifying. Obviously, Hamilton's first run in Q3, he had his time deleted, and then on his second run, his first sector wasn't as good as his personal best, and then I don't think he did a great final sector from what I can remember. Maybe I'm incorrect in saying that. But yeah, it wasn't as good of a lap as I think Hamilton could have done. But for George Russell, who was the quicker driver from Mercedes yesterday in qualifying, yeah, after the first 2 sectors on the final run in qualifying, he was about 1/10 of a second up I think, on Verstappen. And then when he came into the final sector, into turn 12, went wide, and then ended up losing the pole. Would he have got pole position if he had done the best final sector he could have done? Maybe not. I mean, Verstappen was, 0.3 of a second ahead in the end on Russell, but if he had done, a proper final sector, Russell, then I think he probably would have ended up, if he wasn't on pole, within 1/10 of a second of Verstappen. It would have been so close between Verstappen and Russell there. But to be honest, it's not actually that bad, them ending up second and third. Because again, we've seen in the last few years, drivers who've started second or third ending up first into turn 1 and end up winning this race. Again, Verstappen started third last year, won the race. 2018, Max Verstappen started second, won the race. 2017, Max Verstappen started in second, won the race. So it's not a disaster that that they are starting in a second and third. I mean, yeah, maybe they were thinking going into Q3 that a front row lockout was possible, but yeah, it's not an absolute disaster. And even if they're not leading into turn 1 and on the first lap, like I said, if they go for a good strategy and they've got the pace to stay close to Verstappen and possibly, pit earlier and go for the undercut, then they could easily get into the lead that way. So, yeah, I don't think it's a disaster, Mercedes not being on pole position. And, yeah, they will have chances to win today, no doubt about it. Again, the start of the race, they're going to be absolutely going for it, those two Mercedes drivers. I have no doubt about that. They're not going to back out at all because, obviously, Mercedes have not won a race this season and they're desperate to get that first win of 2022 and their first win in almost a year. So, yeah, they're not going to be shying away from a move into turn 1, 2, or 3, or just on the first lap in general here in Mexico. But one thing I did want to mention with, the run or the race down to turn 1 on the first lap, because the Red Bull car is faster in a straight line than the Mercedes, which I'll get onto with some data from qualifying that proves that. One thing they've got to do, the drivers, and I'm sure they will, know this anyway, because they're, George Russell and Lewis Hamilton, absolutely brilliant drivers and amazing drivers. But one thing they've got to do is make sure they stay in the slipstream of Verstappen for as long as possible. Don't, just get in the slipstream and then pull out of the slipstream too early down to turn 1, because if they do, the Red Bull start to pull ahead again because it is quicker in a straight line. They've got to make sure they grab as much slipstream as they can and make their move to pull out of the slipstream as late as possible and then make their move. If they do that, then a move is definitely possible into turn 1. And I think, honestly, if they do absolutely go for it, the drivers into the first 2 or 3 corners, contact is definitely, I wouldn't say likely, because the top 3 drivers, they are very, very talented drivers. But given how tight the track is, how big and wide the cars are, and what we've seen here in the past, it's definitely very possible contact between Verstappen, Russell, and Hamilton. My hope is that we don't get, a massive collision that takes out 3 or 4 cars out of the race on the first lap, because I think that would really ruin what is going to be a very competitive race here in Mexico. But we have to call it as it is. It is definitely possible that happening into turn 1. But what I think will happen is Verstappen, because he's very strong in his defense, maybe a bit too strong at times, he will hold on to the lead. Mercedes will stick to Verstappen quite close, 2 to 3 seconds behind in the first stint and probably for the majority of the race. But when it comes to the pit stop phases, Mercedes, they will probably try to go for an undercut with both cars on Verstappen if they can, or maybe they'll go, with an undercut for the highest placed Mercedes driver and then maybe go a lap or 2 longer with the other one. Maybe they'll try that. But I think in the end, because Red Bull have been this season the best team when it comes to making decisions on their race strategy, I think they'll get it right in the end. And I think Verstappen and Red Bull will be able to have the pace as well to get the win just about by, again, 2 or 3 seconds from Mercedes. And my prediction is that it will be Lewis Hamilton finishing second, and George Russell, I think, will finish in 4th place. The reason I believe that is because I just think Hamilton will, because he's got, the wiser, more experienced head. I think on the first lap, he will go for a gap if it's there, but he's not going to do anything absolutely silly. When we know with George Russell, last few races hasn't been that great in his wheel-to-wheel racing and has made contact a few times with other drivers. So yeah, I think Hamilton will get ahead of Russell on the first lap, but it will still be second and third at the time for them. But yeah, I think Hamilton will finish in second, Russell will finish in 4th. The reason I think Russell will finish in 4th is because I do think Sergio Perez will be on some sort of alternate strategy. I don't know what exactly. Again, my prediction would be probably that Perez would be on a 1-stopper, or at least going longer with the first stint, maybe still doing a 2-stopper, but going longer into the race with his first set of tyres than, the 2 Mercedes and Max Verstappen, Perez's teammate. But yeah, I think Perez, because of that, will benefit from that, and I think he'll end up getting past Russell in the end in the Grand Prix. But Mercedes, they've got the pace to win, but if they're going to win, because Red Bull are also so quick over a race distance, as we've seen so many times this season, if they're going to win, they have to produce at the big moments. And the big moments today, as I've said a million times already, the race start and the pit stop phases and the strategy that they go for. They've got to get that right if they're going to win. If they don't, then doesn't matter how quick they are, they will not win this Grand Prix. So yeah, my prediction for the top 6 is Verstappen to win, Hamilton second, Perez third, Russell 4th, and then Sainz 5th, Leclerc finishing up in 6th place. I'll get onto the midfield in a moment. But let me know in the chat, guys, what is your top 5 or top 6 predictions for this Mexico City Grand Prix? Do you think Verstappen will win? Do you think Russell will win? Hamilton will win? Perez getting the home win, which would be great to see, by the way. What do you think will happen with Ferrari? Let me know in the live chat. And I will come to you guys soon, but I still have a bit to get through in this race preview. Just want to quickly, though, read out a super chat from Sam Tingy, I think it is, for £4.49. Thank you very much for that, mate. And he says, Carney's prediction for lap 1, top 4 all arrive at turn 1 together, at least 2 of them go out. It's definitely possible. Again, we've seen so much contact on the first 2 or 3 corners here in the last few years. So it's definitely possible. I just hope they can get through because I think we will get a race-long battle between at least the top 3 in this Grand Prix. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hide the timer because I am now going to go on to the sector time data from qualifying yesterday and the speed trap data. The reason I want to look at this is to see, what teams are quick in certain parts of the track and who to look out for in the speed traps as to, for the race in terms, let me rephrase that. For the speed traps, I want to look at who's quick and who isn't so we can see, who to look out for possible cars or drivers that may be able to make overtakes today. So, yeah, let's get into that now. And then after that, we'll get into the midfield teams. So here are the sector times from qualifying yesterday. Very interesting sector times, I've got to say. So we'll first off compare Mercedes and Red Bull. So Red Bull, as you can see, pretty clearly quicker in the first sector, which is mostly full throttle, of course. And yeah, Verstappen, a tenth and a half quicker almost than Lewis Hamilton. Got to say, Valtteri Bottas, very quick in that first sector, quicker than both Ferraris. And you can see there, Charles Leclerc was very low down in Sector 1. And that was because Leclerc had a DRS problem in his final run. I believe, in Q3. But also, it's been reported by Automotor and Sport, a very reliable publication, that Ferrari have had to turn the power down on their power units because I think of pressure on their turbochargers, if I remember correctly, because of, we're racing at altitude. So yeah, if that is true, then that's, a big explainer as to why Ferrari were just not very quick. And apparently they also had to take a bit of downforce off to be a bit quicker in a straight line, which might also explain why they were struggling in the middle sector, which I'll get onto in a second. But yeah, between Red Bull and Mercedes, Red Bull are definitely quicker than Mercedes in the first sector. Sector 2, Mercedes far and away the better team, 0.2 of a second quicker than the two Red Bulls. So watch out for the Mercedes in the middle sector. And if they want to try and hang on to the back of Verstappen and maybe get within a second of Verstappen at any point so they can have, DRS activation, then the middle sector is the key for Mercedes in, being 2 or 3 tenths quicker in that sector, like they have been so far this weekend, in, keeping the gap close between them and Verstappen in this race. The final sector, though, is where Mercedes have been losing the most time this weekend, which is not a surprise. Their car has always been slow in the slow corners this season. They just don't have Mercedes as much mechanical grip as Red Bull or Ferrari do. So that's why Russell was 0.2 of a second slower in the final sector. Hamilton, 1/4 of a second slower than Verstappen in the final sector as well. So overall for the lap, even though it says, with the sector times that Red Bull were quicker, obviously, with Max Verstappen. That's why he ended up on pole position. Because Russell, especially, did not do the best final lap he could have done, it's slightly skewed, I would say, the sector times. Russell would have been definitely quicker in the final sector had he not made that mistake. Not sure how much quicker, but probably a 10th quicker, I would say, than he went in the end. But still, Lewis Hamilton, even though he did a personal best final sector in Q3 yesterday at the end of qualifying, he was still 1/4 of a second away from Verstappen. So Mercedes still losing a bit of time in that final sector. And yeah, for Ferrari, first sector, Carlos Sainz almost 0.2 of a second slower for Max Verstappen, and Leclerc half a second almost slower than Verstappen. So Ferrari really struggling in a straight line, but also in the high-speed corners where normally Ferrari do absolutely fine. They were quite clearly slower than Mercedes and Red Bull. They were 0.2 of a second, just like Red Bull, slower than Mercedes, and they were just slower by a few hundredths compared to the Red Bull team. So yeah, Ferrari just not quick enough in the high-speed corners, rear end of the car moving around way too much, and I think that is because they've had to take a bit more downforce off to combat possible engine issues with the amount of power they're allowed to use. And in the final sector, Ferrari are doing absolutely fine. Carlos Sainz quicker than everyone else except for Max Verstappen. But yeah, it's those first two sectors where Ferrari just cannot keep up with Red Bull and Mercedes. And to be honest, even on the first lap, if Ferrari are still 5th and 7th or 5th and 6th, you can expect probably by the end of lap 1 or lap 2, Ferrari will already be, by that point, over a second behind. Say Sergio Perez in 4th and the top 4 cars in general. So, yeah, Ferrari are going to really lose out quite a bit today. And we know on a race day they are pretty slow with their car. One driver to watch out for in this Grand Prix is Valtteri Bottas, obviously. He's on the 3rd row of the grid, starting in 6th place, splitting the two Ferraris. In Sector 1, he was slightly quicker than the two Ferraris, or as well, slightly quicker than Carlos Sainz, but a lot quicker than Charles Leclerc. Sector 2, though, even though Ferrari were quicker, Bottas was only slightly slower than the two Ferraris in the middle sector. The final sector, though, Ferrari quite a bit quicker by a couple tenths of a second. But it will be interesting to see what Bottas's race pace is like in the Alfa Romeo and whether he could possibly hang on to the back of Ferrari with those possible engine issues. So, we will see how that goes for the Ferrari team. But yeah, look out for Valtteri Bottas. And then looking at other teams in the sectors, the only other teams I would say to note are McLaren. Their impressive pace in Sector 1, obviously, us racing at altitude has helped them a lot. And Mercedes as well, because the differences in power between the power units isn't really mattering this weekend as it usually does. So that's why McLaren are in the top 10. Good to see. Sector 2, McLaren probably not performing as well as they would have hoped. Norris probably would have wanted to be, 0.2 of a second quicker, right up there with Bottas and Alonso, because normally McLaren very quick in sectors of certain tracks where there's a lot of corners. And then the final sector, McLaren doing absolutely fine. They're pretty much right there with Bottas, with Lando Norris as the quickest midfield cars. But the middle sector just a bit excessively slow for them. So if they can maybe be a bit quicker in the middle sector, maybe they can take the fight to Valtteri Bottas in this Grand Prix. And the only other things to look at, I would say, is Yuki Tsunoda had a pretty impressive qualifying. He was in the top 10 in Sector 1. And then Sector 2, he was just outside the top 10. Was quite a bit slower, though, than Esteban Ocon in the middle sector by 0.3 of a second, but still was a decent middle sector compared to everyone behind him. But then Sector 3 was losing quite a bit of time as well. So look out for Tsunoda, who's had a decent weekend and he's had a decent recovery after obviously Liam Lawson had some issues with Tsunoda's car in practice 1. Tsunoda has recovered, like I said, well from that. And now we'll go on to the speed trap data. So the two speed traps, obviously, we look at the most are the two columns on the left-hand side. So the main speed trap on the left-hand side, that is the speed trap at the very end of the pit straight. And the two Haas's, pretty clearly, the quickest cars this weekend. So the issues that Ferrari are having with their top-end speed, the Ferrari Works team, seems to be pretty limited, or not pretty limited to just them, but limited a lot more to them. Not completely limited to them, but more so limited to them, if that makes any sense, because, like I said, Haas F1, the quickest cars, first and second, in the main speed trap. Alex Albon up in third, no surprise there. The Williams is an absolute monster. And then fourth and fifth, the two Red Bulls, who are, 2.5 kilometers an hour faster down the main pit straight compared to Hamilton. And then Russell, I assume, has a bit more downforce on his car than Hamilton does, because he's a couple kilometers an hour slower than Lewis Hamilton. But yeah, if Red Bull get obviously behind another car, watch out for them. But definitely watch out for Haas F1 if they are, racing another car and they're behind another car going down the pit straight, because I'm sure they'll have the speed to make some overtakes in this race. And yeah, Ferrari, 4 kilometers an hour slower than Red Bull down the main pit straight, and a couple kilometers an hour slower than Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes as well. So yeah, they are struggling with that, but it's not just that as the reasons why, they're not very quick this weekend. And other than that, there's not much else to note, I would say, with the main speed trap. And then with the finish line speed trap, that's really down to how good of an exit you get from the final corner. But the Red Bulls, pretty clearly, getting a very good exit from the final corner because they're first and second in the finish line speed trap. Alonso doing well as well. Charles Leclerc, you can see, almost at the bottom of the finish line speed trap, with Carlos Sainz a lot higher up in the top 10. And Mercedes, just didn't have a lot of speed off that final corner, pretty clearly, because they were 2.5 kilometers an hour, or 2 kilometers an hour slower than Verstappen on the finish line. So yeah, Mercedes, as I was saying, in the final sector, not very quick at all. But if they can keep close in the first and middle sector, then it's looking good for them. But yeah, I'd say look out for the Haas's, Williams's, Red Bulls, and AlphaTauris probably as well, for teams that can make moves in this Grand Prix with some very good straight line speed. But I'll now get the timer back on screen because we've got an hour and 20 minutes to go until the race gets going. So there you go, hour and 20 minutes to go until the race starts in Mexico. And we'll now go on to the midfield teams. Make sure, guys, to keep posting your comments in chat because I will come to you guys very soon. And yeah, let's go on to McLaren first. So Lando Norris is starting in 8th. Probably was hoping Norris for a bit better than that, given that Valtteri Bottas was all the way up in 6th place, which was just an amazing performance from Bottas, replicating what he did earlier in the season. Obviously, if you go back to the Miami Grand Prix, Bottas was 5th on the grid, ahead of the 2 Mercedes on the grid as well. And was, around that part of the season was very quick. But yeah, I think Norris and McLaren probably would have expected to have the quickest midfield car in qualifying. But they're, still in a very good position, 8th and 11th overall for the team. I think Norris absolutely finishes in the points, and I think he will finish Norris, I'm going to say in... What am I going to go for? I'm going to go for Norris in 9th place, which doesn't sound great, but let me explain why. The reason I'm going for that is because, well, Valtteri Bottas and the Alfa Romeo up in 6th is quite clearly just too fast, I think, for the McLaren and for Norris. But also Fernando Alonso starting right behind him. We know how great he is at the start of races, and the start very important today to the result of this race. So, yeah, I think Alonso will get ahead of Norris at the start, and I think that's why Alonso will finish. I'm actually going to put Alonso to finish up in... It's hard to say, 7th or 8th place. I'm not sure if he has the pace to beat Bottas, but we know how quick Alonso is in a race situation. So, yeah, it's hard to say. I'm going to say Alonso to finish in 7th ahead of Bottas because, again, Fernando's so quick on a race day compared to qualifying. And even though the Alfa Romeo is looking quick, we do know that Bottas is not at his best on a Sunday. Saturday does tend to be the peak of what he can do. So I'm going to go with Alonso in 7th, Bottas 8th, and then Lando Norris finishing in P9. But that's still, a decent result. But unfortunately, because Alpine got a pretty good result in qualifying of 9th and 10th, which was not looking certain they would get that. I think they'll benefit a lot from that in this Grand Prix. And obviously Alpine starting 9th and 10th, and Alpine the main contenders for McLaren in the championship for that 4th place. And Alpine 11 points clear of McLaren in 4th place in the championship. But yeah, I think I'm going to go Lando Norris in 9th, and Daniel Ricciardo, I will go in... with him finishing 11th or 12th, I'm not sure, but I don't think he finishes in the points because I don't think he has the pace of Bottas, Norris, Alonso, or Ocon to finish in the top 10. But yeah, 2 points for McLaren, it's something, but in the end, I think Alpine will outscore them today. And let's go on to Alpine now. And yeah, 9th and 10th was a good result for them because after practice 3 and even I think Q1, it wasn't looking great for Alpine. They were looking as though they might be at serious risk of getting knocked out in Q2 and ending up with a tricky position for the race itself. But 9th and 10th was pretty ideal for them, especially with only, Lando Norris just ahead of them rather than having, Norris way further up the field. So that's good for Alpine. And yeah, I think Alonso will get a good start. I think he'll get ahead of Norris. And then I think somehow, some way, by just being quicker, Alonso will pass Valtteri Bottas on track and will finish at the head of the midfield pack, finish in 7th place. And for Esteban Ocon, I'm going to go for him finishing in 10th and grabbing the final point. So that would be 7 points for Alpine. McLaren would score 2. That's a gain of 5 points, and Alpine would go 16 points clear of McLaren with 2 races to go if that did happen in the race in an hour and 15 minutes from now. But Alpine, I think that's what's going to happen for them. We know they've got good race pace. They do tend to be, most of the time, quicker in the races on a Sunday than they are in qualifying on a Saturday. So that helps them as well. McLaren, they've had a lot of good qualifying positions this year, but haven't capitalized on it a lot. So, yeah, I think Alpine will be the better performing team in the race. And if they were to finish in those positions and Norris ended up finishing in 9th, like I predict, and by the way, yeah, I've got Valtteri Bottas finishing 8th, just so you guys know, in case you're wondering what my prediction is for the top 10. If it did finish that way, then I think Alpine will then probably finish, or maybe not absolutely finish, but they'll have a very, very high chance at that point, with 2 races to go, of finishing in in finishing in 4th in the championship. I still think McLaren have a big points finish left in them before the end of the season, which I predicted at the start of this weekend. But yeah, we'll see how today's race goes. But I think Alpine will end up the better team. And it would be nice to see Fernando Alonso finish in 7th and not have to worry about keeping it. Obviously, his 7th place was reinstated for the US Grand Prix. But yeah, it would be nice to see him have a bit more of a safer, simpler race than what we saw. Than what we saw. Than what we saw last week. I'm just seeing. Just reading the chat, and this appears to be some confusion as to when the race starts. The race starts in an hour and 13 minutes time. And yeah, the clocks in the UK have gone back an hour, but the race still starts at 8 p.m. UK time, which is, again, an hour and 13 minutes from now. So yeah, you don't need to worry about when the race starts. The timer I've got on my screen counting down is correct, and the race does start in an hour and 13 minutes, so you don't need to worry about that. And I'm currently watching Sky F1's coverage, and they're going along as normal with an hour and 12 minutes to go. If there was 12 minutes to go, trust me, they would be showing something completely different to a piece they're doing with Lewis Hamilton about black history or something like that, by the looks of it, because he's talking about Nelson Mandela, I believe. Yeah, so, yeah, you don't need to worry about what time the race starts. I've got it all correct on the screen. But let's now go on to the other midfield teams. Next up, Alfa Romeo, great result for them. 6th for Valtteri Bottas, 12th for Zhou Guanyu, which is not actually that bad. Maybe, yeah, he could do better in a car that's performing well this weekend, but he's never raced here before, has Zhou, I don't think, so we need to give him or cut him some slack. But 12th place is still a good position to be in. We see plenty of drivers finishing the points from places like 12th or even lower than that. So, there's no need to be disappointed, really, if you are a Zhou fan or an Alfa Romeo fan. Yeah, I think Valtteri Bottas will finish in 8th place. I think he has too much pace for Norris and Ocon, but because Alonso is Alonso, and because he'll get his usual great start and he'll have his great pace, I think he will be finishing in 7th place. But if Bottas does indeed finish in 8th, like I predict, then, that would be very, very, very important and absolutely crucial to Alfa Romeo's fight in the Constructors' Championship to hold on to 6th place ahead of Aston Martin. Currently, Aston Martin are 3 points behind Alfa Romeo in the championship with 3 races to go. So, if Bottas scores the 4 points and Aston Martin score nothing, then gap goes up to 7 points. And even though Aston Martin, they're in a bit better form at the minute, with 2 races to go after this weekend, it's going to be pretty tough to get, enough points to get into 6th place in those final 2 races, unless they can magically score 10 or 15 points somehow in a mental race that happens maybe in the final 2 rounds in Brazil and Abu Dhabi. So really, Bottas's aim has to be to finish in the points. Simple as that. Even if he only gets 1 point, if it's 1 point more than Aston Martin, then that's absolutely brilliant for him and for the team. And to be honest, I am, fair and impartial. But if you were to ask me who I would prefer to finish 6th in the championship, I would prefer Alfa Romeo, because they have had Alfa Romeo, a difficult last few years. They don't have the amount of resources and money available to them that Aston Martin do. And it would be a pretty good story for them to finish 6th in the championship, because they've not finished that high in the championship, I think, since 2012, 10 years ago, possibly. So yeah, it would be a great story for Alfa Romeo to finish in the top 6 of the World Championship. We'll see if they can do the work today to hang on to that. And we'll now whiz through the final few teams. Haas F1, they are 15th and 19th on the grid. Yeah, they've got the top end speed, as we saw with the speed trap data, but yeah, unless they can pull off a master stroke on the strategy and the safety car comes out at a very important time for them, then like it happened, last weekend in Austin, where they did gain quite a bit from the safety car coming out for the first time, because they were allowed to take basically a free pit stop, then yeah, if that doesn't happen, then I don't see Haas getting anywhere near a points finish, and I think they'll probably finish 13th or 14th at best, and they'll be nowhere near a points finish in the end. For AlphaTauri, they're 13th and 14th on the grid. Yuki Tsunoda up in 13th with Gasly in 14th. Tsunoda continuing his good form as of late. I think really with AlphaTauri, I don't think they've got poor pace. I think they've got decent pace. I just don't think it's enough to get into the points because of the pace shown so far from Alfa Romeo, McLaren, and Alpine. So, yeah, they're not, showing poor pace or anything. They just, I don't think, have enough to compete with those 3 teams. If they finish in the points, though, I think it'll probably be because of possibly, a crash at turn 1 that takes out a couple cars, and just a couple retirements in general allows them to progress their way through. But yeah, on pure pace, I don't see them finishing in the points. I think they'll probably finish around 12th or 13th in this race at best. For Aston Martin, we were hoping for another competitive weekend for them, because they were so good last week in Austin. They were the best midfield team, really, in Austin, but they ended up getting a result that wasn't as satisfactory as what it should have been. They only took away 4 points from the American Grand Prix, when really, with both cars finishing the race, it should have been. They should have took away, 14 points, 6th and 7th place. Really should have been where they finished, but yeah, wasn't to be in the end. But yeah, for this weekend, we expected a lot more pace, but their car has been dreadful. Sebastian Vettel has struggled a lot. The brakes have been not performing well at all. He's been locking up a lot around this track, and he's been struggling in general with the handling of that car in a lot of the middle and final sector. So yeah, it's unfortunate. And obviously, as you saw with the speed trap data, Aston Martin at the very bottom and a few kilometers an hour slower than teams like Haas and AlphaTauri and teams like that. So that's not helping either. But yeah, 16th and 20th on the grid they are. I mean, we've seen Aston Martin score points from lower than 16th on the grid, which is where Sebastian Vettel is starting from. So it's not impossible that they'll finish in the points. I just don't think around this track, which is a bit harder to overtake around than, the Circuit of America's track or Suzuka or Monza, tracks we've been to in the last few races. I just don't think they'll be able to make the ground up. They'll have a lot of a quicker car than they had yesterday, but I don't think they'll be able to make the ground up. So expect Vettel to finish somewhere between 12th and 14th, something like that. But yeah, I don't think in the end they'll be winning. Not winning. I don't think in the end they'll be grabbing a point, which is very disappointing, because really they needed to keep up the form that they've had in the last 3 races here to get after Alfa Romeo in the championship. And the final team we will go on to is Williams, 17th and 18th for them. Yeah, Albon, he's been driving very well this season, but I don't see Albon doing anything today. Not because he's not driving well. It's because the Williams car's been pretty poor this weekend, and Albon, was struggling quite a bit in the Williams yesterday, and they ended up 19th and 20th, I think it was in qualifying. Obviously, start 17th and 18th because of Magnussen and Lance Stroll's penalties, but Williams just don't have the pace to finish in the points. They'll need to hope for a lot of retirements from other cars for that to be possible. But now I'll cut onto these pictures that you'll be seeing during the watch-along itself, and the race starts in just over 1 hour's time, 1 hour and 4 minutes from now. So what I want you guys to let me know in the chat is, what are your thoughts going into the race? How do you think the battle will shape up? The victory between Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, Perez, Red Bull and Mercedes. How do you think Ferrari will do? How do you think the upper midfield teams will do? Who are you looking out for in the midfield? Outside the top 10 to put in, a performance good enough to maybe get in the points? Let me know in the live chat, and I'll get to your comments in a moment. Just want to say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do practice 3, qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. So yeah, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button to help the channel grow. That would, really be appreciated from us at the channel. And I'll get into your comments in a moment. I just want to say as well, if you are new to the channel, of course, the next Grand Prix weekend in 2 weeks, the penultimate race in Brazil, Sao Paulo Grand Prix it is, we have the sprint race returning, so the schedule will be a bit different than normal, but I will be covering the qualifying session on the Friday, the sprint race on the Saturday, and the race itself on the Sunday, so you don't need to worry about what I'm doing for the next Grand Prix. And one thing I will do quickly is check my Twitter. And by the way, if you want to follow me on Twitter, it's at ChazHD5 or ChazHD on Twitter. If you want to keep up with, the content on this channel. And just have a look on Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you guys. Apparently, Ferrari has replaced the DRS flap for both drivers as a precaution before the race after Leclerc's DRS didn't open in Q3 yesterday. No penalty for that, by the way, so you don't need to worry about any penalties coming in for the Scuderia. Let me have a look on Twitter to see if there's any other news. I've also seen, and this was a few hours ago, that Max Verstappen, not just Max Verstappen, but the Red Bull team this weekend are boycotting interviews with Sky Sports because Ted Kravitz made some comments at the last Grand Prix in his notebook that he does, the brilliant notebook he does, after the race last week in Austin. And to be honest, I think Red Bull are being so petty and childish, to be honest. Because all Ted did was state a fact that Lewis Hamilton was robbed of the championship at the final race last season. Now, in my personal opinion, I think Max Verstappen was the better driver over the course of 2021. But even the FIA admitted that the correct procedure at the final race last season was not followed, and that, Lewis Hamilton, essentially, they didn't say it, but they basically confirmed in their own way that, yes, Lewis Hamilton should have kept the lead and should have won the World Championship. So, Ted Kravitz causing so much offense at Red Bull over a fact, I would say, that I think most people would, agree with. Really should agree with, to be honest. I think everyone really should agree with it. I think it's pretty clear when you look at the regulations that, Michael Massey did not do the right thing there. with his application of the rules. But what do you call it? Yeah, Red Bull taking offense, and they are boycotting Sky Sports F1. That's their choice, but again, it is so petty and childish over a comment. Really? It's not like Ted said, Max Verstappen is a know-nothing, terrible racing driver in person. He didn't say that. He just said, something that I think is, pretty fair to say. So, yeah, Red Bull need to grow up a bit, I think, in regards to that. Anyway, I'm now going to come through all your comments in the chat. So let's see what you guys are having to say. And as well, we're on 85 likes at the moment. If we can try and get up to 100 likes, then that would be great. Because we're not too far away. We're only, 15 away from 100. So yeah, let's try and get up to 100 likes if we can before the race starts in, an hour's time from now. But now, I'll get into your comments in the chat. And hello to everyone, by the way, in the chat. Great to see you all here. Paul James Squibb says, I would love it if Checo won today, but the odds are stacked heavily against him, especially with Mercedes looking so good. Yeah, it's going to take something special, really, for Perez to win the race. Obviously, the top three taking each other out on the first corner would be perfect, because he'd be able to just slide right through and take the lead, and he'd probably win the race as well, because I don't think the Ferraris would have the pace to keep up. But yeah, it's going to take something monumental. But if Sergio Perez wins the race today on merit, then it's going to be one of the best, if not the best moment of the season, to be honest. Because, I mean, the party for him last year at this Grand Prix with the podium and that, with him finishing only third, was great. Imagine what it would be like if he actually won the race. Mexico would probably take off into outer space as soon as he crossed the line and met the checkered flag to win, if he did win. Let me look at some other comments here in the chat. Omen says, I don't think Red Bull are any better than Alpine at strategy. They just have a very quick car, which makes average strategy look mega. Over the past 8 years, Mercedes had that luxury too. I would disagree. I think Alpine, I don't think, have as good of a strategy as you think. They've made a few baffling strategy decisions this season. It wasn't just Ferrari, by the way, that went onto the hard compound tyre in Hungary. Alpine did as well, and they stayed on that tyre for like 50 laps, and they were so slow, but they, for some reason, put them on that tyre. And as well, last week in Austin, they pitted Ocon with like 13 laps to go. He ended up coming in back into 11th place, but I think they cost him a points finish, because if they kept him out on track, I think he would have finished in probably 8th or 9th. So, yeah, I don't think Alpine are the greatest team at a race strategy. And I think we just got to 100 likes, so thank you guys for that. Much appreciated. I know what you mean, though, by, if your car's very quick, it can appear like you've got a very good strategy. And yeah, a lot of the time, Red Bull are able to just pit a lap later than the car behind them. And, with reacting to the pit stop and just come out still in a leading position. But there has been examples this season where they've got the strategy bang on. Obviously, Hungary, the strategy they did there was very good, where they went, was it soft, medium? And that, was really the best and only strategy they could have done to get Max Verstappen into the lead. Obviously, Leclerc going onto the hard tyre helped them a lot in that race. But yeah, there's plenty of, examples in the past where Red Bull have got it right with their race strategy, and that's why Hannah Schmitz, the Red Bull strategist, is one of the best, if not the best strategist in F1. And again, like I said yesterday, if only Ferrari could have her, then they would be so much better of a team. But let's go on some other comments here if I can. Paul James Squibb says, I suppose any safety car call will make the two-stop strategy the better strategy. Yeah, if we get a safety car, everyone will go on to at least a two-stop strategy. But if it's, a 71 lap race, which it obviously will be, without a safety car, then yeah, it's going to be close. I think we're going to get some teams definitely attempt a one-stop strategy in this race. And as well, because Pirelli have said that the quickest way they believe to do this race is to start the soft and then go on to a set of mediums and then another set of mediums to finish the race, it will be interesting to see who decides to start on what tyre. Because, with the start very important to this race, will Mercedes decide to start the soft to get them ahead and into the lead in the first couple corners, or will they decide that it's better for them to go on the harder tyre? We'll have to see, but it will be very interesting. I honestly would prefer the medium compound tyre to start on rather than the soft. And the reason that is because at the start of the race, when they're filled up, brimmed up with fuel, the soft tyres are going to feel very poor after a few laps. And what I would actually do, if you're going to do a two-stop race, I'd actually reverse around the strategy. Start on the medium, then go on to another set of mediums, and then end the race when, the fuel load comes down and the track rubbers up a lot more. Then for the last, 10, 15 laps, go on the soft tyre if you wanted to. But, yeah. If I was a driver, I would prefer to start on the medium because around this circuit, the tyres do get such a pounding. Not just on the front tyres or the rear tyres, but all of the tyres get an equal pounding, really, around this circuit because of the, high-speed middle sector, which hurts the rear, for the front tyres, sorry. And then the rear tyres get a pounding on the exit of the slower corners, and there's quite a lot of those at this circuit. Vinster says Russell has a history of first lap stuff lately. Yeah, I'm hoping he doesn't punt off Verstappen or Hamilton today, because that would be very disappointing, I have to say. Let's find some other comments here if I can. KG says, has this race always started at this time? Seems later than usual. I'm probably just all out of sorts. I don't know about last year, because I can't remember last year what time it started, but I'm pretty sure back in 2015, 2016, this race usually started at 7 p.m. UK time. So, yeah, it has changed, but it's also changed with a lot of other races as well. The European races back a few years ago used to start at 1 p.m. UK time, but now they start at 2 p.m. UK time. And even the British Grand Prix now starts at 3 p.m. UK time. So, yeah. Yeah. Has been adjusted in the past few years. And hello to G Walker. Good to see, mate. Gert Wurzelsepp. That's a superb name. Says, for Latifi to win this Grand Prix, 19 other drivers would have to DNF, and even then he shags it into the barriers. Oh, that's a good way of saying it. Curtisi says, I think Perez wins, but Sainz also a good pick to win. That would be quite the prediction, honestly. But and he says, I'll come back here later with the win. We'll see whether that does happen. G Walker says, we'll love to see AlphaTauri have a good run today. Yeah, they've not had many good runs this season. I mean, we have to remember, and I forgot to mention it, that Pierre Gasly finished 4th at this Grand Prix last year. And he was very, very good all weekend. And also AlphaTauri last weekend in Austin. They did score a point with Tsunoda, but they were running at 1 point in 7th and 8th place on merit. So, yeah, they've got themselves at times this season, AlphaTauri, into good positions. I think at Silverstone as well, before they had their crash with each other, they were like 8th and 9th or 7th and 8th or something like that. And then again, had an accident. But yeah, they've just not been able to execute this season. And that was also part of why they didn't finish top 5 in the championship last year, because they had probably a quicker car than Alpine did, but they just couldn't execute on the race day a lot of the time compared to Alpine. But 13th and 14th for them on the grid, which is not too bad of a starting position. Abdelkader gives me their prediction of Verstappen to win from Perez, Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell, and then I'm guessing Sainz, and then Norris, Albon, Alonso, Gasly, Yuki, and the rest. That's quite an ambitious one. Charles says, I hope Lewis and Verstappen don't push each other out in the first corner. Himesh says, I'm wondering if George is going to turn into someone in turn one. He's a bit dodgy, lol. Brilliant driver, but not very careful. So Lewis and Perez got to watch out. Yeah, I think the other drivers, they're not going to say it because, you know, they do have a lot of respect for Russell still. But because of what he's been up to lately on, well, not just on first laps, because it hasn't been limited to just the first lap of a race. But given some of the accidents he's had lately, he definitely, or the other drivers around him, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, or even maybe Carlos Sainz, if he gets up there, will definitely, and definitely Carlos Sainz will be, very wary of Russell and will probably be making sure to leave him plenty of room so he doesn't wipe them out of the race like he did to Sainz in Austin. Rudy says, anyone can win, just not the Mercedes drivers. Himesh says, taking Perez out in Mexico is like literal suicide. George rather just let him through, lol. Yeah, if he was to take out Perez at the first corner, I don't even want to imagine what it'd be like for Russell to get out of Mexico. Obviously, I don't condone anything that would happen to him at that point, but he's not going to have a easy ride home, that's for sure, if that was to happen. Himesh also says it's time for Merck to start winning again. F1 got boring when Rosberg quit, but Lewis and George are amazing drivers. I want to see them challenge again. Yeah, if we get them up there next season properly fighting for wins all the time, I'm sure next season will be a lot more exciting than we've seen this season, which has been a good season, but not anywhere near as good as it could have been, unfortunately. Yeah, next season I'm expecting it to get a bit better, a bit more competitive, to be honest. Jurgen says, in Abu Dhabi, Massi made 2 mistakes favouring Lewis, so Lewis wasn't robbed. If you're talking about the first lap in Abu Dhabi where Lewis went off the track, when Max tried to overtake him, I don't believe Massi helped him out there. Well, factually he did by not, ordering Lewis to let Max through, but Max, I think pretty clearly, left Lewis with nowhere to go in that incident. How many laps is Mexico? Yeah, 71 laps. Obviously, it's a shorter lap, so that's why there's more laps here than there was in Austin. Ewok says, Sky F1 are totally unbiased, but truth hurts some. I wouldn't say they're unbiased at all. They are biased. There's no doubt about that. Obviously, the British drivers. And, yeah, with certain teams and drivers, they're not the most favourable, Sky. But let's be honest, they're not the only broadcaster like that. I'm sure in Italy, the presenters and pundits there are just absolutely hammering Red Bull and Mercedes all the time. And, loving it up with Ferrari. And I'm sure, in Germany, it's different as well. So, and obviously in Holland, we know that it's just Max Verstappen fan TV, basically. So, yeah. They're not the only one that does it. They all do it to their own respective levels. But we've got 45 minutes to go now until the race starts in Mexico City. Right, so let me have a look, further look in the chat to see some more comments from you guys. Keep them coming, guys. We've still got 45 minutes to go until the race gets underway in Mexico City. And I will also, probably in half an hour from now, maybe 35 minutes at most, I will probably do a poll in the chat to see who you guys think will win the race, and I'll give you, the usual 4 options for you guys to vote on. The options will be what? Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, Perez, probably. Yeah, I don't think Ferrari are in contention here at all. But, yeah, I'll be doing that poll probably in about 35 minutes' time. So I'll get your exact thoughts on who you think will win before the race, for sure. Jop Lenore says, as someone not from England, seeing the British bias in most of all Sky coverage a lot of times is odd. Yes, on some subject they are correct, but it doesn't justify the rest of the bias. Yeah, they are definitely biased towards British drivers and British in general, but again, they're not the only one that does that. And yeah, we unfortunately in the UK just have to deal with it. But most of their pundits are still Sky F1 good. Martin Brundle, Jenson Button, Nico Rosberg when he broadcasts from his basement in Monaco. Who else? Damon Hill is all right as well. He doesn't come to that many races though. I'm not sure if he's actually. I can't remember the last time I saw Damon Hill on the coverage. I assume he's still part of the Sky F1 team. But we've also not seen Johnny Herbert that much in the last few weeks, from what I can remember. Yeah, Brundle, Button, Rosberg, very good. Anthony Davidson, Karun Chandhok, very good as well. But then, you've got your Paul di Restas and Johnny Herberts that are, not great, to be honest. Let's find some other comments in the chat that I haven't read out yet. Stephen M says, I think Verstappen and Russell are going to pull away from the pack. It has been interesting this weekend. I've got to say that Russell has been quicker than Hamilton, because I was expecting Hamilton in qualifying to be quicker, because it's, Lewis Hamilton in qualifying, the most successful driver in qualifying in F1 history. But, yeah, Russell was very good. Very, very good. Obviously, we know Russell on a Saturday, that's why it's called Mr. Saturday, is very special. But I didn't think Russell would be ahead of Hamilton in the end. But he was, or he is, on the grid. But that doesn't necessarily mean he'll keep ahead for the Grand Prix. Rachel Mason says, thank you for these lives, Chazzy. You're truly the best. Go, Lewis. Thank you very much for that. Very much appreciated. Hello to Darth Lord Raven in the chat. Good to see you. Turbo Power says Russell, Hamilton, Perez if Verstappen has mechanical failure. Otherwise, it's obvious Red Bull and Ferrari could be there. And Turbo Power says, I'd like to see a 3-team battle. When was last time we had 3 teams in contention for the championship? 2012, I think. Yeah, 2012 was the last time we had that, when we had, obviously Vettel, who won the championship, Red Bull, Alonso at Ferrari, and, Lewis Hamilton at McLaren. And you could arguably throw in a Kimi Räikkönen for Lotus as well, so you could arguably say 4 teams that year, but yeah. It's been since the V8 era. But I think given the way Formula 1 is now, we've now gone back to how F1 used to be before the hybrid era began, in terms of F1 being an aero formula, where the performance is pretty much dependent on the amount of downforce you have. Because the power units, there are differences in power between them all, but it's pretty close still. And, if you look at Mercedes, I know they have lacked a bit of straight line speed this season, which is down to the power unit a bit. Not just the power unit, but also the drag of their car. But, yeah, the majority of the reason why Mercedes this season have not fought for the championship is not because they're lacking straight line speed. It's because they don't have enough, or haven't had enough downforce this season to compete for the championship. So, if Mercedes, we know they've got great technical people. If next season they can get things right, I'm sure they'll be back next season. And I'm sure that next season and in 2024 as well, we will start to see the cost cap and the sliding scale of aero testing start to take its effect. And when I talk about the sliding scale of aero testing, I mean, you know, the teams that finish lower down in the championship obviously get more wind tunnel testing time than the teams at the front. And obviously Red Bull have had a further 10% reduction for next season because of their, you know, violation of the cost cap. So, yeah, I think you'll start to see that take effect probably midway through next season at the earliest, but definitely I reckon 2024 you'll start to see that taking effect because you know, it should do. I mean, the reason it hasn't took effect yet is because last year was the first year of the cost cap. Last year, all of the teams spent or developed their cars about the same as each other, and the reason is because they were focusing so much on this year's cars, and because they were all focusing equally as much on these year's cars, or this year's cars rather, that's why the pecking order hasn't massively changed around. But yeah, I reckon towards the mid part of this decade, I think we're going to see some exciting stuff with how the pecking order will evolve. And hopefully teams like Aston Martin, McLaren and Alpine rising up towards the front of the field. As one thing I can tell you is the cars are now making their way onto the track. Obviously doing some laps to the grid, and then they'll get parked on the grid ready for the race. Ted Kravitz doing his usual thing on Sky F1 of talking about the teams as they come out. They're all on soft tyres, are the cars, so that's interesting to note. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to start on that tyre, but yeah. Looking at the conditions, the sun isn't really out in Mexico, and it looks to be a bit cooler today than it was yesterday or on Friday, so it might actually be more beneficial to start the soft than I expected. But we'll see with who starts on what tyre. It looks mostly overcast, I've got to say, in Mexico City at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez circuit. And Max Verstappen with his gold helmet exiting the pit lane as well, and Perez and a Ferrari there too. And yeah, according to Pirelli, the quickest strategy is to start the soft and then pit between laps 16 and 22 for a set of mediums, and then do another set of, or go for another set of mediums until the end of the race for the second pit stop. Or, according to Pirelli, if you start on the medium, another great strategy to do according to them, not as quick as the two-stop there, but they reckon it is almost as fast, is to start on the medium and then go about 30 laps into the race and then put the hard tyre on to go to the end, which might be a very good option, we'll have to see, in this race coming up in 35 minutes almost from now. But let me read out some more comments from you guys in the chat. Carlo breaks. I'm not sure about this comment, but I'll read it out anyway. Chazza, hey, what's good for you today? You had your chicken for this morning. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Will F1 says Channel 4 have a much better team. I mean, yeah, they've got what? Mark Webber, David Coulthard. Do they still have Eddie Jordan? I'm not sure if they do. I think they've still got Billy Monger as well. But yeah, Webber and Coulthard, they're very good as well. And I think, you know, if we didn't have Channel 4 broadcasting anything from Formula 1, your highlights or live action, what I would like to see, if you had, you know, just one TV channel like Sky Sports F1 broadcasting F1 as Kevin Magnussen is being wheeled back into the garage for some reason, and a replay of Fernando Alonso going off the track at the exit of turn 3 and losing the rear end a bit. So yeah, not great there from Fernando. But yeah, ideally, if you were to create, you know, or just have F1 coverage on just one channel, the pundits should be, you know, Brundle, Button, Rosberg, Webber, Coulthard, Davidson, and Corinne Chandhok. That would be, you know, pretty perfect, I think. as George Russell is out the circuit on the soft compound tyres. And he's just getting a feeling for the car on the track. It looks to be actually a lot brighter around the other parts of the circuit, and the sun is out now. So, yeah, it's actually just as warm by the looks of it as it was yesterday. This didn't look so when Ted was broadcasting from the pit lane. As I'm trying to have a look on Twitter quickly, so if there's any news I can bring you guys. And no, I don't think there is anything in terms of news. And nothing in terms of, what was going on there with Kevin Magnussen. So, yeah. Let's keep reading your comments in chat. And, yeah, keep them coming, guys, in the chat. Let me know, what do you think is going to happen in this Mexico City Grand Prix? Let me know who you think is going to win, finish on the podium, and just happen in general in this race. As we're now looking at Lando Norris, who's on the track for McLaren, and the car behind him is his teammate Daniel Ricciardo, who's starting in a pretty high position for once, given where he started a lot of the time this season in 11th place. As Norris following an Alfa Romeo there as he locks up into turn 6, so probably quite cold front tyres. As a Red Bull there is just exiting the stadium section of Sergio Perez, of course, looking for that win today. Can he get it? Let me know in the chat. Javio says neither Russell or Verstappen are starting in rewarding positions. They'll be under instant pressure from Sergio and Lewis. Let's hope so. Lab Gorilla says, the race clashes with my football team as my F1 team is Ferrari. I'll just have Chazza on but not watch it. I'll be screaming for Milan tonight. Yeah, I've seen AC Milan are playing tonight away to Torino, I believe. And at least you've got them doing a lot better than Ferrari. So at least you've got something to be happy about. Lab. Let's find some other comments here in the chat if I can. Oh, there's the porn bot. Just in time. Willifon says, I cannot stand David Croft. Yeah, I can't either. I didn't mind him when he, was starting in his first couple years on Sky F1. And I thought he was a lot better when he was in his first couple years, honestly. But, yeah, last few years he's been, for me, just quite annoying and bad. I know he's had a couple really great lines, like the through goes Sebastian Vettel and through goes Hamilton. Or no, and here comes Sebastian Vettel and then the through goes Hamilton one. But, yeah, 2 great commentary lines doesn't mean that you're a great commentator. So, yeah, that's my thoughts. And I don't know if it's because I do so many watch-alongs, but I just cannot, when I actually listen to a session, I just cannot stand to hear the commentary for some reason. Probably because I am just used to doing the commentary myself for my channel, as is a replay of Charles Leclerc losing the rear end massively on the same curb of turn 8 that they've been losing on all weekend, and he lost it again. Thankfully didn't go into the barriers or anything. And here's a replay of Perez understeering like a shopping trolley at turn 1. And yeah, clearly not a lot of grip out there. Got to say, and yeah, oversteering he was into turn 3. This has always been quite a dirty racetrack. Not a lot of grip, even online. But off the racing line, as we saw last year when Daniel Ricciardo, what do you call it? When Ricciardo hit Bottas at turn 1, the reason he hit Bottas was because he was on the dirty inside line, and then he just couldn't stop his car and went sailing into Bottas. So, yeah, that will be a very important thing to look out for at the start. Who is, who is on the inside line for turn 1, because that's definitely not the best line into turn 1. Let's find some other comments here in the chat if I can. Glass of Murano says, hi there, will you be talking during the race and giving your own commentary, or will it be the general commentary? What it'll be is like I've described in the past, radio style commentary. So I'm obviously not going to broadcast the race because I don't have the rights to, and if I did show even a second of it, I would be my channel would be deleted for copyright without a doubt. But what I'm going to do is show, slideshow pictures, but I'll have a running order graphic like they have on the broadcast normally. The tower order on the left-hand side of the screen. I'll have a lap counter on the screen. And what I will do with my commentary is commentate on the entire race and take you through every single lap in Mexico. So if you're unable to watch the race for whatever reason, or if you prefer my commentary, then I will keep you bang up to date with the Mexico City Grand Prix as we've cut to Martin Brundle's grid walk. And he's waiting to talk to Lando Norris on the grid, who's Brundle just patiently waiting with his arms kind of crossed. And we're just almost 29 minutes away from the race starting. A reminder, in case you didn't know, because I did say this at the very start of the stream, my co-commentator, Niblo, will not be joining me once again for tonight because, again, the race is on at a pretty bad time for him and he can't do it for this one. He might be able to do Sao Paulo. Might be good enough for the timing of that race for him to be on the Sao Paulo Grand Prix in 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure, though, he'll be on for the final race in Abu Dhabi. But, it'll just be me for this evening. But I'll make sure to keep you, bang up to date like I do normally with all the sessions, as we've got, just under half an hour to go. Yaztastic says, I like David Croft. I think he's very creative with his words. He is, but he, what do you call it? I think sometimes he gets a bit too excessive with his, the way he terms things at times, but I'm sure some people love him, some people don't. He is for some people. Dirty Jokes fan says, Crofty far too loud considering the cars are not as loud as they used to be. They just need to turn his mic down a bit once he gets lively. Well, when he was commentating on F1 for Sky F1 in 2012 and 2013, obviously the cars were a lot louder, so he didn't seem that loud. But since the V6 hybrid era, he is monumentally loud when he gets going, is Crofty and Martin Brundle. But again, some people like him, some people don't. I'd say if you were to do a poll as to, for a good portion of F1 fans, like 300,000 F1 fans, do they like David Croft or not? It would be pretty split. He may win that vote, but it wouldn't be by, a massive amount. Blake Jenigan, is there live commentary here? Yes, I'll be supplying myself with my own voice the live commentary. Don't worry about that. And Alan Hart says, how do you get these running order graphics live timing? What do you call it? The running order graphic I'm going to show on the screen is not from anywhere else. It's my own that I operate myself. And then, the lap counter I operate myself as well. But unfortunately, I don't show, the actual live timing data. I know other channels do, but I just don't know how to do it because I don't know how you are able to get access to it. To live time to the session, because I'm pretty sure it says on the F1 website that you're not allowed to take the live data for yourself. So thank you, says Blake, no problem. And I'll get into some more comments from you guys. Impressed with Chaz's football knowledge of Serie A? I used to watch Italian football a lot when I was a kid, in the early 2010s. And, I still keep up with it here or there. I know that, Napoli are top of Serie A. And then Milan are second or third? I know Juventus are absolute shit. But yeah, I've always kept up with Italian football. It's probably the league I've kept up with the most outside of England for football. But anyway, I'll leave the football chat for another day. And I'll try and find some more comments to read out from you guys. And yeah, in about 10, maybe 15 minutes at most, I will get into the poll for the, for who you guys think is going to win this Mexico City Grand Prix. So make sure that you're ready to give your thoughts on that in the poll, because I will make sure to do that in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And let me find some more comments here if I can. Ewok says, can we get a Crofty poll? Nah, I'm not going to bother, because, yeah, it's not really that important at the end of the day. Again, if some people like him, great. If some people don't, then yeah, whatever. Trying to find other comments here if I can. Alan Hertz says, just ask every F1 live streamer I see. But yeah, they've always said they cannot say where they get it. Well, maybe it's because where they're getting it from is not the totally legal way. Maybe they are actually taking it from the live data page on the F1 website. But yeah, I am not going to be doing that, and I'm not going to be risking that. Plus, with the stuff I show on my screen during the race, it is still pretty relevant information, and it is still good info for you guys to see during the race, such as, who's in what position, what tyres they're on. I also do that as well, and obviously the lap counter. But yeah, there's I don't think there's really a way I can show the live timing, unfortunately. JD says, if Verstappen on pole, then he'll win the race. Well, he is on pole. And then Allison, yeah, they're very secretive of it. Yeah, maybe it's because they're getting it from a not so legal place. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where they get it from. But if I knew where they got it from and it was, absolutely fine to use, of course I would use the live timing. But I'm not sure actually how it works with other people that do show it. I know there's certain other channels that do watch-alongs that don't have live timing as well, though. So it's not everyone who has it. As just looking at Martin Brundle's grid walk, he's just taking the fans through what the McLaren car looks like and what it does. He's just pointing to certain aerodynamic pieces on the car, which got to say the team are being pretty relaxed about it, because he almost touched the car there. Did Brundle. But yeah, McLaren car looks very nice. Not as good, I've got to say, as last year's McLaren. I thought last year's McLaren was a better looking one, but it's still a decent looking car. Is the Macca, as Norris in the highest placed McLaren starts in 8th, with Daniel Ricciardo in 11th place. One thing I do want to mention, which I think some of you may have seen on social media at the conclusion of last week's Grand Prix, Martin Brundle absolutely destroyed Will Buxton on Twitter, because there was a bit of a controversy again last week, another American grid walk for Brundle, where Brundle tried to interview Brad Pitt, but Brad Pitt basically said, I'm not sure actually what he said, but he didn't really give him an interview. And then Will Buxton then did a tweet about how F1 accredited journalists who do the interviews on the grid are given a list of people they can and cannot interview, which I had never heard of before, and I thought when I saw that tweet that it was absolute bullshit. And then Martin Brundle literally said that. Well, he didn't literally say bullshit, but he basically said that with his quote tweet of what Buxton said, saying, "That's not true, Will. Don't make up things to suit your narrative." That's what he said, and that tweet got an absolute mountain of likes and was a massive dub from Brundle himself, who's still in fine form as a journalist and broadcaster. And then Will Buxton, with his tail firmly between his legs, then corrected himself and said, "Oh no, that's not actually the case." But yeah, I never thought it was the case anyway, because I've never heard of that being a thing, that there are people on the grid that are strictly not allowed to be interviewed. Never heard that before, honestly. As we've got 20 minutes now to go in the race. And of course, there was a certain tweet that was sent out a few hours after qualifying yesterday, where Lewis Hamilton absolutely obliterated Fernando Alonso. He simply did a tweet of a picture of Hamilton stood on the top step of the podium with his hand on Alonso's shoulder, who was on the second place bit of the podium. And with Hamilton posting a thumbs up emoji, and yeah, absolutely cooked Fernando there. After Fernando made some interesting comments about the worth of Hamilton's championships on Saturday or Friday, I think it was. So, yeah, not great comments there from Fernando. And yeah, ended up getting absolutely cooked by Lewis on Twitter. Prank says Brundle is a savage, best we've got these days. He's always been, a great broadcaster. Never will not be a great broadcaster. The Arrow 842 says, what do you think about the huge amount of rumours linking Porsche to a 50% stake in Williams, really hoping for a Williams revival? I really hope that story is true, but I'm not sure how true it is. With Porsche, they were supposedly going to be entering in 2026 along with Audi, but Porsche were supposedly going to enter as a engine supplier for Red Bull, but Porsche wanted to buy up a 50% stake in Red Bull. Red Bull were like, no, we don't want that level of control from Porsche over the Red Bull team. And yeah, they decided that, yeah, they're not going to, from what they've said, I'm pretty sure they've said they're not going to enter for 2026. But of course, things can change. We still have, after this season, 3 complete F1 seasons to go until 2026. So it's still a long time until we get to 2026. But yeah, there's been rumours that Porsche and Williams may be striking up a 50%, or Porsche may be buying up a 50% stake in the Williams team. If that does happen, that would be great. That really, really would, because that would be a lot more of a revival for the Williams team, who would have a much needed cash boost. And, with Porsche, with the amount of money and resources they'll pump in and help with, if that deal was had for 2026, it would really help Williams a lot. One thing we have to remember as well is, even when you look back at Williams and the glory days where they were world champions and all of that, we have to remember they were still, despite the great cars they designed, they were still very reliant on the financial backing and engine use they got out of certain manufacturers. For example, in the mid-80s with Honda, they were very reliant on, well, not reliant, but, having the money they were getting from Honda and the amount of power that turbo back in the day produced, it really helped them with the results they had back in the mid-80s. And then even though, Williams produced an unbelievable car in the early 90s, they also had, some great Renault V10s in the early to mid-90s as well. So, yeah, it's been a thing with Williams that they've always had a big partnership with an engine manufacturer. Of course, BMW in the 2000s as well, where really they should have won a championship given the amount of promise they had. So it would be a good decision for Williams, to head down that path. Stephen M says, Will really exposed himself too. He tried backing it up by showing the actual list. The list just says who's there and with which team, not if you can go up, not if you can go up to them or not. Exactly. The list, the thing he showed was purely a list supplied by F1 of these are the celebrities that are attending the race and this is who they're going to be with. It again, said nothing about you cannot interview this person, this person, this person. Nothing about that whatsoever. And then Will Buxton, obviously, I think in between the Japanese and US Grand Prix, he got into a bit of a spat with a F1 Twitter account who was questioning why the Pit Stop podcast guys, who have not been around long, but they've got a big following, and they're very new to F1, and their knowledge isn't great, but at least it's getting better, I hope, of F1. And of course, you know, I have no problem with new F1 fans. Everyone was a new F1 fan at one point. We have to all be given a chance at some point to learn the sport. But they've been given, you know, massive access so quickly when other YouTube channels in the F1 YouTube community have been, you know, denied that access. And obviously, Will, you know, had his thoughts about that, which I thought were just wrong. Saying that, you know, that those guys offer things that other content creators don't, which I'd be very curious to hear what he actually thinks they offer that others don't. I'm not saying, like, compared to myself, but, you know, there's other content creators out there that deserve paddock access and interviews with drivers. You know, Tomo, Aldas, F1 Word, Chain Bear, there's many others I'm sure out there as well. Perspective, you know, they make better content. They're, you know, have more knowledge of F1, and, you know, I think they deserve more so that type of access. But, you know, he made his comments, which I really disagreed with. But, yeah, he's, I think the thing I don't like about Will Buxton is he's very slimy to me. He will do anything and say anything to protect the interest of his employer rather than have, you know, his own opinion. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Will Buxton. But anyway, let's you know, get into this Grand Prix, because we are 13 minutes away from the race getting underway. We've got, what, just under 500 people in the chat. One thing I have forgot to do is post a link out for the stream again. So let me just quickly do that. That was a close one, because normally I do post it out. So let me just quickly post the link back out, guys. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a poll in the chat to ask you guys what you think is going to happen in this race and who do you think is going to win. Watchalong the Mexico City GP. And I'll just quickly post the link out on Twitter, guys, and then we'll get into that poll. Come join us here to watch along the Mexico GP, and I'll just quickly do a few hashtags for this tweet. Thank God I remembered. I forgot in the past, and I was very angry with myself to do this. Yeah, I'll just do this quickly, and then we will get onto that poll, which I'll put in the chat for, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. And then we will get into the final bits of build-up before the Mexico City Grand Prix. Let me just do one more hashtag. There you go. There you go. So that tweet is out. So let me now put that poll in the chat. So what I'm going to simply ask you guys is, who do you think will win the race? And I'll just quickly do the options, and then I want everyone watching to vote at the top of the chat. Let me just quickly do that now. Who do you think will win the race? And yeah, let me just do the options. So Verstappen, obviously, will be an option. Russell, Hamilton, and Perez will be the final option there. So there you go. There's now a poll at the very top of the chat. Make sure to go to that poll and vote on who do you think will win the race. Will it be Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, or Perez? In my opinion, it will be Max Verstappen, just about from Lewis Hamilton, with Perez third and Russell fourth. Let me know what you think in that poll. Let's try and get up to, say, 100 votes on that poll at the top of the chat, and then we will get into a final couple things, such as, of course, the starting grid for today's Grand Prix, some stats going into the race, and the championship standings going into this Mexico City Grand Prix, which the formation lap starts in just under 10 minutes' time, as I'm just looking at Toto Wolff, who is being interviewed on the grid by Simon Lazenby as George Russell now getting into his Mercedes car. Not only a Mercedes going for their first win in 2022, Russell is going for his first win of his entire career. And we have to remember that we could have a debut winner today in F1. And those days do tend to be pretty special if you look back through the history of Formula One. Obviously, Hamilton's famous win in Canada in 2007. Max's famous win in Spain in 2016. Ricciardo had a famous win in Canada in 2014. That was his first. And yeah, the first win for a lot of drivers does tend to be pretty famous and special. Let me look at the poll. So 72 votes, now 74 votes. Verstappen currently winning that poll. Yeah, keep voting in that poll, guys, for the next, say, 90 seconds, and then I'll end the poll, read out the results, and then we'll get into the final few minutes of build-up for this Mexico City Grand Prix, as Sky F1 are just now going through their final ad break before the race, and not long now. And one thing I will say quickly, whilst I wait for you guys to keep voting on that poll, again, top of the chat if you don't know where it is, make sure, if you are new to the channel, to subscribe for more content like this, because I do qualifying, practice 3, and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022, and I'll be doing, obviously, a qualifying, sprint race, and race watch-along for the next Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So yeah, make sure to subscribe for that content, and make sure, if you have not already, to smash the like button. We're currently on 156 likes. Let's try and get up to 200 if we can before the end of the race. That would be nice. So yeah, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button, obviously to help the channel grow. But I'll just give it a 20 more seconds, and then I'll end the poll and read out the results, and then we'll get through the final little stats and graphics before the race. As a lot sunnier now at the track and warmer than it was, say, an hour ago. So that's gonna give the people on medium or hard tyres in the race more of an advantage. Right, let me now end that poll. Thank you guys for voting. And yeah, 130 votes in total. Thank you very much. So, you guys think Max Verstappen will win the race? He ended up with 60% of the vote. Lewis Hamilton was second in the vote with 26%. Perez was third with a vote with 10%. And Russell was fourth and last with 2%. So, yeah, a lot of you not thinking that Russell will win the race at all, even though he's on the front row. But thanks for voting on that poll, guys. And now we will get into the final bits of build-up now for the race. So I'll get rid of the timer and get into some final stats and that. So, for Red Bull and Verstappen, look out, of course, for them today. Max Verstappen has won in Mexico 3 times since 2017, so he's going for his 4th win today from pole position. Red Bull are looking for their 9th consecutive win in this race today in 2022. This run started all the way back at the French Grand Prix 3 months and a week ago. That is how long they have had with this run of wins. And Max is looking to get his 14th win here in this race to break the 13 race wins in a season record that currently Max holds jointly with Michael Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel. So we will see if he breaks the record in Mexico today. As for Ferrari and Charles Leclerc, Leclerc's never finished on the podium in Mexico, and given he's starting in P7, going to be pretty hard for him to get the podium today. Their last win was back in Austria 3.5 months ago, and I'd be very surprised if they won today. And Ferrari, just for history's sake, their last win in Mexico was in 1990 with Alain Prost, where they got a 1-2 that weekend, and that's where Nigel Mansell made that famous overtake on Gerhard Berger through the final corner of the Peltada back then. And for Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton, Hamilton has won in Mexico twice since 2016, in 2016 and 2019, but Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton have not won a race since Saudi Arabia in 2021. And now I'll go on to the championship standings coming into this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen, of course, is the world champion. Leclerc second, Perez third. Perez, though, only 2 points behind Leclerc, and it's looking likely that Perez will go up to second in the championship. George Russell is fourth. How many points? 16 points clear of Carlos Sainz in fifth. Lewis Hamilton just behind Sainz in sixth. So Hamilton really should be going into the top 5 of the championship today. Lando Norris is 7th. Ocon is 8th. Alonso 9th. And Bottas is in 10th. Bottas, starting 6th, has not scored a point since Canada, which was, 4.5 months ago. And then on the constructor side, Red Bull last weekend in Austin won the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari are second, Mercedes are third. Mercedes are 53 points behind Ferrari. If Mercedes get like a first and a third, or even a second and a third, they could put Ferrari under pressure for second with the final couple races to come. Alpine are fourth, 11 points clear of McLaren in fifth. That's still a very important battle going on. Alfa Romeo are sixth, 3 points clear of Aston Martin. Again, very important battle there. And Haas are 1 point clear of AlphaTauri in the battle for eighth. Again, a very important battle there with Williams last in the championship. But now, guys, let's go on to the starting grid for the Mexico City Grand Prix. The front row is Max Verstappen and George Russell. On the second row, it is Lewis Hamilton and Sergio Perez. Hamilton in last year's Grand Prix finished the second, with Perez right behind him in third. On the third row, it is Carlos Sainz and, very surprisingly, Valtteri Bottas, who of course started this race last year on pole, but was punted off by Ricciardo and ended up finishing down in 15th. On the fourth row of the grid, it is Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris. And completing the top 10, the two Alpines of Fernando Alonso and Esteban Ocon. In 11th and 12th, you've got Daniel Ricciardo and Zhou Guanyu. The two AlphaTauris on the 7th row of the grid, 13th and 14th. Tsunoda 13th, Gasly in 14th. 15th and 16th, the very good friends of Mick Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel actually set the exact same lap time in qualifying yesterday. Schumacher starts ahead of him because he did that lap time earlier than Vettel did in Q1. And then on the penultimate row of the grid, the two Williamses of Alex Albon and Nicholas Latifi. And on the back row, it is Kevin Magnussen and Lance Stroll. Magnussen starts 19th because of a penalty for a new ICE component for his power unit. And Stroll starts 20th because he has a 3-place penalty for causing a collision with Fernando Alonso at the US Grand Prix. But now, let me get all of my graphics ready for this race. And, I forgot to do it. That's so fucking annoying. I forgot to do the order before the stream started. Right, I'm going to have to do that quickly for you guys. So just give me a minute or so to just put the order in the correct places. Normally I do it before the stream, as you guys know, but I forgot to do it for some reason. And the formation lap will be starting in a minute from now, or in the next minute or so. And once we know who's on what tyre, I will start to get that on screen for you guys. Hopefully by the 5th lap of the race, I'll be able to get that on screen for you guys, as I've already got pretty much the top 10 on the running order. Obviously not showing it right now because I'm just trying to do it whilst you guys can't see. And right, so just doing the last few drivers. And there you go. So there's the grid on the left-hand side of your screen. And the formation lap is about to get underway. And again, I'll let you guys know who is on what compound. I probably, again, because it's, pretty hard to do manually, as Verstappen and Russell, by the way, on the soft compound tyre to start as the formation lap begins now. A lot of the rear of the field, though, are on the mediums. One of the Red Bulls there, I think Perez might be on the medium as well. So an interesting difference there. As the cars now get away on this formation lap. And of course, it is a 71 lap Grand Prix. And it'll probably take a couple minutes until we get this race going, as already some flares going in the crowd. So Verstappen, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Schumacher, Vettel, Latifi are on the soft tyre. The two Mercedes are actually on the medium, and Bottas on the medium. And then, Norris, Alonso, Ocon, Ricciardo, Zhou on the medium as well. So an interesting difference, and Red Bull clearly feeling the need to get defensive with their tyre strategy there. And they'll definitely have more grip into turn 1 and on the first lap than Mercedes will. And we have to remember, with Mercedes on the harder tyre, I mean, it'll help them in the later parts of the first stint. But we know Mercedes have tyre warm-up issues. And obviously being on the harder tyre, that's not going to help. So maybe that'll hurt them on the first lap. We will see. As already the front 5-6 cars are coming into the final sector on this formation lap. And record-breaking attendance for this weekend in Mexico. Almost 400,000 people. 395,902 people, to be exact. Brilliant to see. So many fans here in Mexico. It is a great atmosphere. And I'm sure it'll be for the podium, as the sun really has come out at the track. Very bright and sunny now. When about an hour ago, it was quite overcast, as there's Lewis Hamilton's father on the TV broadcast in the garage, looking tense. Good to see him supporting his son, obviously the 7-time world champion, who now lines up in 3rd, as the front half of the field now get lined up on the grid. The last man to get on the grid, Lance Stroll, is just coming out of the final corner now, with Kevin Magnussen just ahead of him. And thankfully, not too many grid penalties for this Grand Prix, because it does kind of ruin things from qualifying. But Magnussen and Stroll now just coming to the back of the field. And we're about to get racing, guys, here in Mexico. As the grid is now lined up, the green flag waves. And the lights are on. 4 lights and 5 lights in Mexico. And lights out and away we go. And Max Verstappen gets a very good start. Hamilton gets a better start than Russell. But can he get ahead of him into turn 1 as Perez going round the outside into the first corner? Is he? No. And Russell looks as though he's kept ahead of Hamilton. Hamilton under threat from Perez. And he keeps ahead. Hamilton has actually got ahead of Russell there. So somehow Hamilton went round the outside of Russell into turn 2, as Perez now trying to overtake Russell into turn 4. And Perez, does he get the move done? Yes, he does. What a disaster for George Russell, who's now got the 2 Ferraris all over him. A good start there for Leclerc. As the two Ferraris side by side in turn 6. And one of the Ferraris pulls ahead. So it's Verstappen in the lead, Hamilton second, Perez third, Russell fourth, Sainz fifth, Leclerc is sixth, Alonso, as I predicted, great start to the race, and he's up to 7th, with Bottas in 8th, Ocon is 9th, with Norris in 10th, Tsunoda's had a good start, he's up to 11th, as there's an Alfa Romeo there, I think, defending from an Alpine, and then it's Zhou 12th, Ricciardo 13th, Vettel is up to 14th. What a start by Lance Stroll, 5 positions gained, and he's up to 15th, with Gasly 16th, Schumacher 17th, Magnussen 18th, and then Albon and Latifi at the back as we're now on lap 2, and Verstappen pretty comfortably leading this race. As we've got the Alpine in the background there, getting pretty close to the Ferrari of Leclerc in the slipstream. Some other attempted racing going on down the pack, but no moves being made. So one thing I will start to do now is get the tyres on screen for, who is on what compound. Max Verstappen is on the soft. And obviously Hamilton in second is on the medium, with Perez on the soft in third, and then you've got Russell on the medium, and then Sainz and Leclerc on the soft. Max Verstappen, by the way, leading by 1.2 seconds from Lewis Hamilton. So a decent start there for Verstappen, and then the rest of the top 10 is on the medium compound tyre, as Verstappen about to complete lap 2 in just a moment. And he does, and Max is now 1.4 seconds clear of Hamilton. Hamilton also 1.4 seconds clear of Perez. And yeah, looking at the top 10, the only close gap we've got really in the top 10 is the fights between Alonso and Bottas and Ocon and Norris, as Norris getting pretty close to Ocon down to turn 1, but doesn't make the move as Max Verstappen does the fastest lap of 1:23.2, I think that was. And here is a replay of the race start. So yeah, Max Verstappen on the soft tyre got a great start. And then yeah, Russell immediately was under pressure and was actually had a look on Verstappen into turn 1. Max, though, just had the better grip. And then Russell went wide in turn 1, and Hamilton sailed around the outside into turn 2, and then had the inside for 3. I don't think he pushed Russell off there, really. And then Perez, because Russell got a bad run off turn 3, Perez, with the superior straight line speed of the Red Bull, went sailing around the outside into turn 4, and Russell, a bit lucky that he didn't get overtaken by a Ferrari. But we're now looking at Hamilton, and yeah, had a good start, not anything special, but got on the slipstream of Russell, then Verstappen. Perez also was right on his left-hand side, and I think what helped Hamilton is because he had to go around the outside for turn 2 anyway to keep himself ahead of Perez, he could then go past Russell. So great start there by Lewis Hamilton, using his superior nous to get past. And here's a replay from the onboard of George Russell. Definitely didn't get as good of a start as Verstappen, but he got right into the slipstream. And then, yeah, had a look on Max. And then into turn 1, he, ran wide, a bit wider than he would have wanted. And that's what allowed Hamilton to go around the outside. And now they're just showing a replay of Perez. But thankfully, all 20 cars got through turn 1, 2, and 3 without any contact. So, yeah, that's very, very good to see. Because we have had a few years here where we've had contact on the first laps. And I'm hoping that F1 will now, or FOM, will now stop showing replays of the start because we get it. As Max Verstappen now begins lap 5, and the gap has stabilised at about 1.4, 1.5 seconds. So Hamilton now starting to lap at about the same speed as Verstappen, which is good for him and good for this race as well. One thing I want to do, though, is make sure on the screen I get correct, who was on what tyre. So let me just try and do that as we're looking at Ricciardo having a go at Zhou Guanyu, who for some reason is quite slow. He's already 2.5 seconds behind Tsunoda, who's 11th. And here's Valtteri Bottas trying to have a go at Alonso into turn 4. We know, though, Bottas does not tend to send it when he overtakes. And I'll just quickly show the tyre graphic on the left-hand side. That's not all correct, by the way. I'm just correcting it. Just give me a second. So Tsunoda is, as Alex Albon has passed Kevin Magnussen, interestingly. Tsunoda is on the soft. Zhou and Ricciardo are on the medium. And then you've got Vettel on the soft compound, with Stroll and Gasly on the medium. And then Mick Schumacher is on the soft. So all of the tyres now are correct as we are now on lap 6. And the gap is actually Hamilton took about 1/10 or 2/10 of a second out of Max's lead on that occasion. So the gap's still pretty close. And Lewis, has now closed it down to 1.1 seconds. Looking good for Mercedes here, as Bottas still all over the back of Alonso. And it's pretty clear, even though Alonso had a great start, that Alfa Romeo is quicker. As Zhou has gained a lot of time back on Tsunoda now. He's closed the gap down from 2.5 seconds to 1.5. And now, or was briefly, I think, down to 1.4. So clearly, Zhou made a mistake of some sort. As Lewis Hamilton, as they are now in the final sector, is now just 1.2 seconds behind Max Verstappen, as Bottas continues to harry Alonso, and Alonso has a train of cars behind him of a lot of cars, actually. Bottas, Ocon, Norris, Tsunoda, Zhou, Ricciardo, Vettel, Stroll. A lot of cars in that train, as Verstappen is now on lap 7, as Hamilton continues, not massively, but slightly here or there, close the gap, as Bottas got the DRS open down the pit straight, but he can't make the move. And I've just seen someone in chat pointing out that Lewis Hamilton now has the fastest lap. He does, and of course he's on the medium compound tyre, which is very interesting that already after lap 7, or by, halfway through lap 7, he's already got the fastest lap of the race, as Latifi is up to 19th, as Ricciardo here having a go at Zhou into turn 6, but he can't get a move done. Ricciardo harrying the Alfa Romeo, but there's nothing he can do about him. And I'll just correct that Latifi is on the soft tyre, and Magnussen is on the medium. Magnussen has been pretty slow all weekend, and he's currently last. Is K-Mag. As we're now on lap 8, and Lewis Hamilton has lost a bit of time on that lap, about 0.2 of a second by the looks of it, to Max Verstappen. Gap up to 1.4 seconds. Just to update you guys, Perez is about 1.5 behind Hamilton. In third, Russell, about 2.5 seconds behind Perez. Russell really has not got good pace here. And then, Ferrari also have not got good pace. Carlos Sainz in 5th is already 8.5 seconds off the lead after, 8 laps. So Carlos Sainz and Ferrari are losing at least a second a lap to the race leader right now, as Ricciardo continues to think about having a go at Zhou. Zhou kind of forced into a defensive position there. Also some racing in the background with Stroll and Gasly by the looks of it. But yeah, some good battles on track, but we're not getting some overtakes at the moment. As Verstappen actually on this lap continuing to pull out lap time over Hamilton. The gap now up to 1.6 seconds. And Max clearly finding some extra speed there. Maybe Lewis Hamilton's backing off to keep his tyres now cool. As they all pile into the final sector. And yeah, lap 9 now. And the gap is up to 1.7 seconds. And yeah, with Ferrari again, if you are wondering whether or what their pace was going to be like today, yeah, Carlos Sainz already 4 seconds behind Russell, the car in front of him. And yeah, lap 9 and Sainz 9 seconds off the lead. So a second a lap they're losing. As here comes Ricciardo on Zhou Guanyu into turn 1, and he gets the move done. Good move there by Ricciardo. Zhou too slow. And Ricciardo now can get after Tsunoda in 11th. And thankfully for Ricciardo, he has the DRS available into turn 4 as well. And Tsunoda is on the soft tyre, so with Ricciardo on the medium, which I think is the better tyre today, should really start to get after Tsunoda, who's actually tucked up behind Norris in that train behind Alonso. And yeah, pretty simple move there as Gasly and Stroll, I think, made contact there into turn 1. Gasly, I think, coming across maybe a slight bit too much on Stroll. I'll have to see another replay of that, to be honest, to know exactly what happened. As lap 10 now, and the gap has come down to 1.5 seconds. So Hamilton has responded. But I've got to say, 10 laps into the race, I think Mercedes will be pretty happy with how far they are behind Verstappen on the better tyre for the second half of the first stint, which we are pretty much now getting into, beginning the second half of the first stint. Because if Max's tyres start to go off a lot more than Hamilton's, Hamilton should really start to close the gap. As Perez there running wide in turn 4. And has to then tighten the entry of turn 5. As Bottas still right up behind Alonso, but can't do anything about him. Ocon has dropped over a second behind Bottas, so has Norris compared to Ocon. So it's stretching out a bit. And Alex Albon has now passed Mick Schumacher for 17th place. So Williams of Albon looking pretty quick. Obviously, we know the Williams very quick in a straight line. And Albon, of course, on the medium compound tyre. As we're now looking at the onboard of Valtteri Bottas, still following the Alpine of Fernando Alonso, as we're now on to lap 11. For some reason, they've hidden the lap counter and the running order. Oh, now they've shown it again. The gap has remained out front about the same, but Hamilton has pulled away from Perez behind by a few tenths of a second. Russell was slightly closed in on Perez, so it does feel as though Mercedes are starting out to inch up on the two Red Bulls in their, respective fights there. As Bottas still on lap 6, tucked up behind Alonso and has the DRS. The Alfa Romeo pretty clearly quicker. And the only other fights we have, Zhou is now within a second of Ricciardo, sticking right behind him, with Vettel having DRS as well in that battle. And then you've got a good battle between Stroll and Gasly. Only half a second separating them. And Gasly desperate to find a way past. Poor start for Gasly. 16th he is right now. Obviously finished 4th last year at this Grand Prix. How a year changes. As Alonso, I thought, went a bit wide there through turn 10. But hasn't lost any time. As Max, now on lap 12, has pulled out a couple tenths of a second on Hamilton. And the gap now 1.7 seconds. So it's close out front, but I think really at this point for the fight for victory, I think we are waiting for the pit stop phase. As Bottas has now dropped over a second behind Alonso, which is great news for Fernando, as the Alpine does tend to be quicker down the straights. I've got to say, looking at Bottas on board, he really is not pushing at all. He's really having to baby that car. So clearly the grip out there is not good. As Russell has closed the gap to Perez to 2.1 seconds, so Russell is starting to respond to the pace out front and from the top three in general, as Perez is now starting to lose quite a bit of time to Hamilton. Perez now 2.8 behind Hamilton. Stroll saying, sliding everywhere, man, I have no fucking grip. Yeah, it looks like it, as Aston Martin are 14th and 15th, and Stroll still somehow keeping Gasly behind him, as Perez now 3 seconds behind Hamilton. So Perez, it appears, his tyres have gone. He's losing a lot of time now, and Russell is now under 2 seconds behind him. As Gasly, we're looking at the visor cam of Pierre as he's into the turn 13 now, and the final sector, and he's very close to Stroll. And they now exit the final corner, and surely Gasly will at least be able to have a look somehow at the back of Stroll into turn 1 as he now switches something on the dial. And yeah, here we go. Stroll defends to the inside. Gasly, though, round the outside. Will he go for it? No, Stroll parks it in the middle of the track, but now he's forcing Stroll off the racing line, and he's got a good run out of turn 3, and he should be able to at least have a look into turn 4. And will he go down the inside? Yes, he does, and locks up and forces Stroll off the track. I think Gasly might be told to give that position back, because I think he forced Stroll off the circuit there. But Gasly is up to 15th place, and now Stroll has got Alex Albon all over the back of him for 16th. Yeah, Aston Martin, they've not got really any pace at all. And yeah, into turn 4, Gasly locked up, and yeah, I think Gasly should be forced to give that back, because he quite clearly pushed Stroll off the circuit. And Gasly did, I think, technically just about stay on the track as well. We can't say that, you know, he went off as well as an excuse. As Lewis Hamilton looks visually closer to Verstappen now on lap 14. And Verstappen on radio saying, just need to try and break this toe. Oh no, that's what they're saying to Max. Just need to try and break the toe, Max. Doing a great job, they say. As he looks like he ran wide there at turn 7. But yeah, at this point, those soft tyres are going to be crying for a pit stop. Because, and even that, he's actually 1.6 seconds clear of Hamilton is Max, which is actually what it's been most of the time. So yeah, he is doing well. As Perez is 3.5 seconds behind Hamilton, and Russell 1.7 behind Perez. As Verstappen is about to begin another lap. Looking at the gaps, you need, I think, 22, 23 seconds to make a pit stop here and come out. Say in front of another car. You need to have that type of gap if you're going to come out in front of another car. Looking at it right now, Max is... he is a pit stop ahead of Fernando Alonso. So, and Lewis Hamilton is as well, I'm pretty sure. So, Mercedes could trigger the undercut here if they wanted. They've got the gap. Alonso is still very slow compared to obviously the top 6. They've got the gap here if they want to go for it. But obviously they're on the harder tyre and they want to probably go longer, do Mercedes. So we'll see. But if they want to do an undercut, I think they've got the space to go for it. As Albon having a look on Stroll into turn 1. Tries to send it down the inside, but nothing doing. And will Albon now have a go on Stroll into turn 4? We know that Williams is a rocket ship, but it's not enough of a rocket ship to put him into 16th place into turn 4 on lap 15. And yeah, he has to wait further. Yeah, Stroll is quite clearly struggling in that Aston Martin as Max Verstappen does a fastest lap of 122.9. And he was a couple tenths of a second quicker, I think, than Hamilton on that lap. And if you're wondering how far Ferrari are from the lead on lap 16, Ferrari are currently about what, 13, 14 seconds off the lead after 16 laps. So yeah, they're still losing pretty much a second a lap of Ferrari to the leader. And at this rate, if there's no safety cars, Ferrari will probably end up, what, 30, 40 seconds behind the winner, whoever the winner is, if there's no safety cars from now until the end. And Albon thinks about having another go, but he's not close enough on that occasion. But the only fights we've got on track right now is Max has pulled the gap out to 2 seconds to Lewis Hamilton. Maybe they're thinking about a pit stop soon. The pit window, I think, has now opened for people starting on the soft tyre. So, yeah, that's definitely a possibility at this point, as Max now begins lap 17 and pulls out another 0.2 of a second. Max is doing a great job out front on that tyre, which is not performing well for others out there. Another thing to note is Fernando Alonso. He is lapping slower than the Ferraris, but not that much slower. Only a few tenths. Like maybe 3 or 4 tenths a lap at the minute. So Alonso's pace has improved. And yeah, Ferrari just lapping very slowly right now. Nowhere near the front 4. Carlos is 8.3 seconds behind Russell. And yeah, Carlos Sainz currently, what, about 16, 17 seconds off the lead. So yeah, still losing a second a lap to Verstappen, and he's losing close to a second a lap to Hamilton, Perez, and Russell as well. So Ferrari are just in no man's land, as I predicted. As Albon is getting pretty close this occasion to Stroll. DRS open down to turn 4. We know the Aston Martin is probably the slowest car in a straight line in 2022, with the Williams being the quickest, so guaranteed action, you would think, as Stroll having to defend into turn 6. He's got no grip to that level that he's having to defend into a corner that really we never see any racing in. As Verstappen on lap 18 now pulls the gap out to 2.3 seconds. And Hamilton has got to respond here. And Gasly has been given a 5-second time penalty for forcing another driver, Lance Stroll, off the track. Probably a bit harsh. Probably would have been better just moving Stroll back ahead of Gasly, because Gasly's already 4 seconds ahead of Stroll. But yeah, he deserves some sort of penalty, did Gasly, because he pretty clearly forced Stroll off the track. And Lance Stroll was pitted. They've ended his misery. And he will now drop to the back of the field, because he's only a few seconds behind Magnussen, who's at the very back. So Lance Stroll down to 20th. What tyre will he go on to? Let's just see. It's another... Oh, no, it's a set of soft tyres for Stroll, which is interesting. So Stroll back out on the track on the soft compound tyre. Magnussen up to 19th, Latifi up to 18th, Magnussen on the medium, of course. And yeah, they're just showing a replay of Gasly and Stroll. And yeah, Gasly pretty clearly deserved a penalty, as we're now on lap 19 out of 71. And Max Verstappen now 2.5 seconds clear of Hamilton, as we're now looking at, on the broadcast, the Ferraris. And yeah, Charles Leclerc, for the last few laps, has been lapping around the same pace as Alonso. So, yeah, his pace is dreadful. Leclerc says, consider plan C, we've got nothing to lose. If we've got nothing to lose, and then they say Ferrari, we need to be careful with the traffic. Yes, they are that slow, they have to worry about midfield traffic. If Leclerc pitted now, he would drop down to what, 14th, 15th? So, yeah, Ferrari are just, again, they're in no man's land. They can't do anything to get close to the front four, and they can't do anything really to, well, they can't do anything other than that. Basically, if you know what I mean. So we're now looking at Sebastian Vettel within a second of Zhou Guanyu in the battle for 13th place. Vettel having a much better race than his teammate. And the soft tyre is hanging on very well because Max is now 2.3 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. And Perez, 3.6 seconds behind Hamilton. George Russell, about a second and a half, maybe just over that, behind Perez, as we are about a third of the way, almost, I think, through the race. And, yeah, the soft tyres are hanging on a lot better. I think it's because the sun now has gone away and the track temperature has dropped a bit. So it's not as warm as it was at the start, as Vettel has got the DRS down to turn 1, but the Aston Martin is very draggy and slow in general in a straight line. And Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari now 10 seconds behind Russell in 4th. And Sainz now, about 18, 19 seconds off the lead. So Ferrari, in about 3 or 4 laps, are going to be a full pit stop behind the race leader. Maybe that's what Max and Red Bull are waiting for, to get a pit stop ahead of the Ferraris, so they can make sure that they are cleared out of their pit window and out of their battle. As we're now looking at, Vettel still, who has DRS on the back of Zhou. The gap's now come down to 2 seconds out front between Max and Lewis. So Lewis is starting to put on a charge again, which is good to see. We're looking at, I think, George Russell this is. Yes, his front wing cam. He's catching Perez, but just not quick enough. And yeah, definitely the clouds have come over and the track temperature has dropped. So that soft compound tyre coping a lot better than it would have if the track temperature was a lot, more. As Russell trying his best to catch Perez. And yeah, Hamilton, as they come into the final sector on lap 21, 2 seconds behind Verstappen. If Hamilton pitted now, he would come out in, he'd come out just behind Charles Leclerc in 6th place. So, yeah, maybe these front 4, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, are just waiting to clear the Ferraris, who, are just going further and further back. As we're now on lap 22. And Verstappen looking still very good on these tyres. You've got to say this is another great quality of Verstappen, which is why he is, world champion, why he's so good. He is very good, Verstappen, at looking after tyres and making tyres last a lot longer than they really should. As saying that, he says tyres starting to struggle now in low speed, and they say understood. Yeah, he doesn't despite how aggressive he drives the car at times, he doesn't suffer with as much tyre wear as a driver that other drivers do. Doesn't put tyres through as much punishment. That's a big reason why he's been already, by the age of 25, so successful. 2 world championships and, 30 plus race wins at this point. As Verstappen has been, I was going to say quicker than Hamilton on this lap. It's been about the same. The lap time difference between the two, as Perez is now 4 seconds behind Hamilton, with Verstappen beginning another lap. Now on to lap 23. And at this point, I'd say everyone is trying to do a one-stop strategy, because if you were going to do a two-stop, you would have pitted already. So, yeah. Looks as though everyone is going for the one-stop strategy, and the tyres not wearing out as quickly as expected, definitely helping that. And at the moment, the only fight on track is Vettel and Zhou, and also Magnussen and Latifi. As Hamilton, on that lap, actually gained a tenth of a second. The gap now down to 1.8 seconds, as Max says the left front does not want to turn. And yeah, that left front, in the middle of that left front tyre, is definitely getting marked up, and it's not looking great. To be honest, Max has done a great job to be as quick as he has been on that tyre, now on lap 23. So if he pitted now, wouldn't be too bad. I'm just looking though, Charles Leclerc is now going slower than Fernando Alonso in the Alpine. Alonso has closed the gap from 8 seconds now to 7.5. So Ferrari, not even the third fastest team here. I mean, Carlos Sainz is probably on the same pace as Alonso at the minute. Perez has been told to box for Red Bull. Perez losing a lot of time there. Lost another half a second to Hamilton on that lap. So Perez comes in, and Perez should come out between Leclerc and Alonso. And Perez, what's happened? Slow pit stop. Didn't quite see what that was that caused that. 5-second pit stop. That's not going to help compared to Russell. And if I'm Mercedes, I'm getting Russell in on the next lap. As Perez drops to 6th place. Yep. Between Leclerc and Alonso. And Perez is now on the medium compound tyre. Yeah, Mercedes have surely got to get Russell in. Try and get past Leclerc now. And left rear tyre wasn't going on soon enough. He didn't have the tyre ready by the looks of it. As Verstappen is now, I think his tyres have now gone. He's now, the gap is now down to 1.6 seconds out front as Nicholas Latifi pits for Williams. So he's down to last again. And Verstappen stays out, so does Hamilton, but Hamilton is now starting to catch Max by a lot. It's now gone from 2 seconds to 1.6 on lap 25. George Russell has not pitted, which, yeah, I would have decided to go for a pit stop there, from being honest. And I'm just saying, we're almost at 200 likes, guys. If we can, let's try and get to 200 likes in the next few laps if we can. And obviously it does help the channel grow with the more likes that the video or stream gets. So, yeah. Cheers for all the likes so far. Let's try and get to 200 if we can. Yeah, Verstappen leading on lap 25. 1.6 clear of Hamilton. Russell is 6 seconds off the lead in third. Carlos Sainz is fourth on the soft tyre. And Sainz is about 20 seconds off the lead. Verstappen saying my left front is dead, guys. The thing is, because Mercedes are on the better tyre and they're going to probably try to go longer in this race, I think Red Bull, they're trying to get Max to go as long as they can, but Lewis is starting to catch as Mick Schumacher is now, as Max Verstappen comes in to the pits. Let's see what tyres he will go on to on lap 26 and whether his pit stop will be good. And he goes on to a medium compound tyre. And he should rejoin in... he might rejoin, actually, between Sainz and Leclerc. Let's see. So Hamilton is into the lead now, with Russell second. And Verstappen will actually rejoin ahead of Sainz. So that is great for Red Bull. So they've cleared the Ferraris out of their pit window. And Perez is just on the fastest lap of the race, so 1:21.9. Yeah, that's great for Red Bull there. So what do Mercedes do now? I think at this point, They just need to keep going into the race, keep going as long as they can. And obviously Hamilton, if he can, do some hammer time laps, which we know that he's great at. So the top three on the medium. Then Sainz and Leclerc still out there on the soft, but lapping like absolute shit. As Perez is now right behind Leclerc. Alonso, by the way, has took out another second from Charles Leclerc's lead over him. So, yeah, Leclerc is basically running at the pace of a midfield car right now. I think even him and Bottas might be doing the same lap times. As now on lap 27, will Perez go down the inside into turn 12? He puts his car on the inside, but Leclerc does not give him the position, nor should he. But it is inevitable that Leclerc's going to be overtaken here. Will he come into the pits, Leclerc? Who knows? No, he doesn't. To be honest, we may criticise Ferrari's strategy, but I don't think there's anything they can do on the strategy to alleviate this bad pace. As here comes Perez down the inside into turn 1, and that was incredibly easy. And Perez is up to 5th. And yeah, even if they pit Leclerc now, he'll just come out in a load of traffic and probably lose more time and pace. So really, I think they just need to wait Ferrari for some of the midfield behind them to pit. And they're just trying to replay of Perez, how he got past Leclerc. And again, it was very, very easy. But in terms of the battle out front, what do you call it? Yeah, between obviously Hamilton and Verstappen. Verstappen's pitted, by the way, if you're wondering. In third, Hamilton and Russell have not pitted, as we're now on lap 28 out of 71. At this point, Mercedes need to go probably another 10 laps, 10 to 12 laps into this race. Hamilton is currently 18.5 seconds clear of Verstappen. So he doesn't really, and Mercedes don't really, as Max complaining about the shifts are again. The shifts are shit again, he says. The gear shifts, so hopefully there's no issue there with Verstappen. Yeah, he doesn't really need to worry about Verstappen in terms of what he's doing for another few laps yet. As Perez has done a purple first sector on the previous lap, I believe, and that was because obviously he overtook Leclerc. With DRS, one thing I will just quickly update is that Mick Schumacher in 19th is now on the medium compound tyre. Latifi is on the hard compound. As Hamilton says, still having cuts in my engine. That is not good to hear. Possible engine cutting out issues. As Russell is actually catching Hamilton. Hamilton isn't producing the pace right now that he needs. As we're now on lap 29. Only a few more laps and we'll be halfway through this Grand Prix as Angela in the Mercedes garage, crossing her fingers here. Mercedes have definitely got another chance at victory this weekend and in this race. As Sainz doesn't bother pitting. Alonso is now only 5 seconds behind Leclerc. So Alonso is catching Leclerc by a few tenths of a second per lap. Thankfully, Ferrari have ended Leclerc's depression for now, until the next depression begins when he comes out of the pit lane and sees where he is on the track. As Leclerc pits for the medium tyres. And Leclerc will drop to probably 12th, 13th. 2.3 second stop's a good stop there. And yeah, Leclerc comes out in P12. As Perez is now all over the back of Carlos Sainz. Let me just update that Kevin Magnussen is actually on the medium compound tyre in 17th place. As Lewis Hamilton has been told to box. He hasn't actually lost a ton of time to Verstappen, not as much as I expected so far. I'll just update that Leclerc's down to 12th. I'll update what tyre he's on soon. And the correct tyres for everyone. And here comes Hamilton. Very good pit stop. Oh, actually not that great. 3.3 seconds. A second slower than you ideally would want. As he goes on to the hard compound tyre, I'm pretty sure. As Carlos Sainz pits for Ferrari as we're now on lap 30. And Lewis Hamilton rejoins in third place. So it is Russell leading, Verstappen second, Hamilton third, Perez fourth. And Sainz is going to rejoin in 8th or 9th, I think. Not a great stop for Sainz there, 3.5. And Sainz comes out, behind Lando Norris. So, and Yuki Tsunoda has pitted as well. But out front, it is Russell leading, hasn't pitted. Verstappen has pitted. I think Russell is probably going to pit at the end of this lap. Lewis now on the hard tyre, and clearly Hamilton going to the end of this race. Will his tyres be in better nick and give him the advantage for the rest of the race? And the front right tyre there for Sainz didn't go on properly. That's why he had an issue there. And Perez, he got on the medium. Alonso's on the medium. Bottas on the medium. Ocon on the medium. Norris on the medium. Sainz on the medium, as there was a lockup, I think, there for Lewis Hamilton, possibly. As we're now on lap 31 out of 71. And Russell has actually stayed out. So maybe they're going to go a bit longer here as Perez does the fastest lap of 1:21.7. So clearly he's feeling good. Now he's on the medium tyre, much better tyre than he was on previously. Just need to update that Yuki Tsunoda has come out in 16th place in the AlphaTauri. And we've got 40 laps to go in this race. As Leclerc, another massive moment on the exit curb of turn 7. Well, into turn 8. It actually is turn 8. And he was so close to crashing there. So, great save, but wow, that Ferrari just isn't handling well at all. At least he's passed Daniel Ricciardo for 10th. And he's 3 seconds behind Sainz. And Sainz is currently just a few tenths of a second behind Norris. But Leclerc's 10th with Ricciardo 11th. And then Zhou 12th. Vettel 13th. Russell says, let's put soft tyres on at the end. And then Mercedes make the point, we need to go very long for that to work. I reckon Russell probably could do another 10-15 laps though. So, it wouldn't be a bad idea going a bit longer, as he has stayed out on the track. And Russell is 10.7 seconds clear of Verstappen, and is a replay of Leclerc just passing Ricciardo down to turn 1. And we just update that Ricciardo is actually on the medium compound as Lando Norris pits for McLaren. I'll update, where he comes out in a moment. And he's going onto the hard compound tyre, which I think is what F1, who start on the medium, is going to do. And good stop there by the McLaren boys. 2.2 seconds. And he's back out on the track. Let me just update. Right, I think that's all correct now. As Verstappen has took another few tenths out of Russell's lead. Hamilton, if you're wondering how far behind he is on Max Verstappen, he is 6.5 seconds behind Verstappen as we're now on lap 33 out of 71. And Alonso currently 5th, running well, 3 seconds clear of Bottas and 6th, and no need to pit, I would say, at the minute. Unless, of course, he thinks his tyres are absolutely donezo. As Lando Norris has rejoined in 15th, just ahead of Tsunoda by a second. That's good there for McLaren. And now Norris to make his way back through the field. As let me just update that Vettel is on the soft tyre. And obviously Gasly is on the medium. And then Lando Norris is on the hard compound tyre, not the medium. So there you go. So we're almost halfway through this Mexico City Grand Prix. It's not been a good race so far, I've got to be honest, in terms of entertainment, but I do feel as though it is warming up towards a much better finish, as Lewis Hamilton is slowly catching Verstappen by a tenth or two. And, well, Verstappen and Red Bull with both cars, they don't have to pit again because they have used two different types of compound. But can they get to the end on the medium compound tyre? That is what we're going to find out in the second half of this race, as Perez is only about 1.7 seconds behind Hamilton. As I just saw, Lance Stroll is up to 17th place now on the soft tyre, which is actually handling pretty well in these conditions. I know Stroll's already made a pit stop, but, you know, you've got Vettel in 12th place, only 3 seconds behind Zhou on the soft, as Ocon pits for Alpine and goes onto the hard tyre. Good pit stop. And I assume Alonso will pit in the next couple laps as well, as Ocon, where will he come out in relation to Lando Norris, who obviously pitted a couple laps earlier? And Ocon gets the job done way ahead of Norris. No issue at all. So Ocon is now 13th. And here comes George Russell, lap 35, pretty much halfway through the race now. And he goes on to the hard tyre. Good pit stop. 2.7 seconds, and he will come out, Russell, in 4th, but he'll have the freshest tyres out of the top 4. And now we've got Verstappen leading, Hamilton 2nd, Perez 3rd, Russell 4th. But what we now have, and I've just updated on the screen, is the 2 Mercedes on the hard compound, definitely going to the end, and the 2 Red Bulls on the medium. And I think Red Bull, really, at this point, I think they're going to have to try and go to the end of the race on that tyre. I don't think they've got a choice, because if they were to pit again, I don't think they could really come back at Mercedes. As Max Verstappen is leading by 7 seconds. He is on the softer tyre, and he is quicker at the moment, but right now the pace is not that important, because we've still got 36 laps to go. And that means 36 more laps for Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez to do on this tyre. So, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting second half of this Grand Prix. And let me just update that, Ocon, yeah, in 13th place is on the hard compound tyre for Alpine. And Vettel in 11th is the one on the soft. Again, impressive that Vettel has gone so long into this Grand Prix on that tyre, as we're now on lap 36. And Max Verstappen now 7.5 seconds clear of Hamilton. So, before we get into the second half of this race, as the 2 cars there lap Mick Schumacher in the Haas. Just want to say quickly, as we're halfway through the race, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do practice 3, qualifying, and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And of course, for the next Grand Prix, I'll be doing a qualifying, sprint race, and race watch-along for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix in Interlagos, Brazil. So don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And as well, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button and follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 for, to keep up to date with what I'm doing with the channel in terms of uploads and that. As Sergio Perez is now just 1.3, now 1.2 seconds behind Hamilton. Red Bull clearly quicker than Mercedes right now, as Verstappen on lap 37 is now 7.8 clear of Lewis Hamilton, who quite clearly is not enjoying those tyres right now. As if you're wondering, Ferrari... Oh, Hamilton sliding a bit there through turn 1 and 2. Perez won't get the DRS, but he's now right in the slipstream, and he's definitely closing that gap. As, yeah, the Ferraris, if you're wondering, 7th and 8th. Carlos Sainz about 1.2 seconds behind Bottas. Bottas and Alonso, though, in 5th and 6th, they have not pitted yet. Fernando, I've got to say, doing a great job for Alpine. He's only, what? And I know he hasn't pitted yet, which has helped, but he's, what, 30 to 35 seconds off the lead. And in that car, which is, you know, not as quick as the front-running cars, that's pretty impressive. And doing well as well, considering he hasn't pitted yet. I just want to see if there's any differences in the running order currently. No, as we're now on to lap 38, and Perez, unfortunately, has not got within a second of Lewis Hamilton. But he will close that gap down the pit straight. You know, the Red Bull is a lot quicker down the straights than the Mercedes is. And yeah, closes it to 0.8 of a second into the braking zone of turn 1. But Hamilton, I think... yeah, at the minute, not looking great, his pace. But he just needs to hang on, does Hamilton, as he says this tyre is not as good as the medium, and they say, copy Lewis, we did see some drop-off at the end of the life. So, yeah, the pace not great right now as Carlos Sainz overtakes Valtteri Bottas, I think, down the pit straight. Or 6th, so Carlos into the top 6 again. But, yeah, he just needs to bear with the pain at the minute. He's 8 seconds behind Verstappen now. Because when we get to the last 20 laps, really, that's where he should start to come alive in this Grand Prix. As Esteban Ocon overtakes Pierre Gasly for 12th. Obviously, teammates next year. And Lando Norris overtakes Alex Albon for 14th place. Let me just update that Ocon, of course, is on the hard with Gasly on the medium. And, of course, Norris on the hard and Albon on the medium. And I'll just update that we are now on lap 39 out of 71. So still, what, 32 laps to go in this Mexico City Grand Prix. And here's just a replay of Sainz passing Bottas into turn 1. And yeah, pretty easy. But again, good job by Bottas to be going as long as into the race as he is. Almost 40 laps now. And pitting earlier doesn't seem to be working that much, to be honest, as Sebastian Vettel now pits and gets those soft tyres off, goes on to the mediums. And Alex Albon has also pitted for Williams. Albon was on the medium tyre, as I was saying a couple of minutes ago. So, and Kevin Magnussen has pitted as well. So Magnussen, I assume, will drop to the back. Albon has dropped to 17th. And Vettel has dropped to 16th. But good job by Vettel to do a 40-lap stint almost on soft tyres. As now Sainz is all over the back of Alonso for 5th. Of course, these two very good friends and both Spanish. Magnussen has actually rejoined in 19th place. Haas are so slow here. I've got to say, they're slower, really, than Williams are. Very poor pace. As Albon, as sorry, Valtteri Bottas has now pitted and gone on to the hard compound tyre as Alonso sacrifices the position to Sainz into turn 4. The Carlos up to 5th. And Leclerc is about 4 seconds behind Alonso now as we're on lap 41. I'll update where Bottas has come out in a second. Bottas has come out ahead of Ocon, so he's not lost any track position, really, to the people he was racing. And, yeah, we're seeing a replay now of how Sainz got past Fernando Alonso. So Bottas comes out in 10th. I just want to update that Kevin Magnussen has pitted for the soft compound tyre. Alex Albon is on the soft tyre. Vettel is on the medium. And then Stroll is on the soft, with Tsunoda on the medium, as Fernando Alonso is now pitted. Sorry, Fernando Alonso is now pitted, if my voice will allow. And Alonso should come out in 9th place between Zhou and Bottas. And I'll update his position in a moment. But we just want to update that Gasly's on the medium and Ocon is on the hard, and Bottas on the hard, as Esteban Ocon overtaking Valtteri Bottas into turn 1. Great move round the outside. And that's a very important move, but Bottas will have a go back to turn 4 as Gasly and Stroll have pitted for the second time. Actually, Gasly's pitted for the first time, sorry. Stroll was pitted again for a second time. But Ocon has got the move done. Great move there. Did not see that coming at all. I was busy updating things for you guys on the screen. But great move there for Ocon. And he is now up to P10. Alonso is actually ahead of Zhou. And yeah, Bottas defended the inside, and then Ocon just said, all right then, I'll go around the outside. And Bottas just caught sleeping. Tried to have a go in turn 4. Ocon kept it together. Did go wide, though, which is what allowed Bottas to have a go in turn 5 and even into turn 6 as well. But yeah, great job there by Ocon, and Alpine heading for a brilliant result for their Constructors' Championship fight, as we now have, because Gasly's pitted, Norris up to 12th, and then Tsunoda is 13th. Vettel is up to 14th because Stroll is pitted as well. Lance Stroll is 18th now, and then Gasly is 16th in the AlphaTauri. Sorry, lap 43 out of 71. Max Verstappen now 9.5 seconds ahead of Hamilton. I'm going to be honest, I don't see how Hamilton can catch Verstappen at this point. Unless those mediums literally fall off a cliff in the last 10-15 laps, I don't see how Hamilton and Mercedes have got the pace here to beat Verstappen. Really, at this point, they need a safety car to come out to give them a chance, because at the minute, I think Red Bull are heading for first and third, and currently my top 6 prediction is bang on. And yeah, let me just make sure I've got everything correct on my screen. Alonso is actually on the hard tyre for Alpine, and then you got Zhou 9th on the medium, Ocon 10th on the hard, and then Bottas on the hard. Norris on the hard as well. Oh no, I've accidentally done that with Zhou. I need to do it with Norris, as we're now on lap 44. Let me just update that we are on lap 44. And we've got, what, 27... Oh no, 27 laps to go, sorry, in this race. So, yeah, Norris on the hard. Tsunoda is on the medium tyre, I believe. Yes, he is. And then Vettel is on the medium with Albon on the soft. Gasly is on the soft as well. And Schumacher is on the medium, with Stroll on the soft, Magnussen on the soft, and Latifi on the soft as well. Latifi on the hard, sorry, at the very back of the field. The only person we're waiting for, or people we're waiting for, for a pit stop, is Ricciardo in 7th and Zhou in 9th. Ricciardo, you may remember, back in 2019, when I think 50 laps into the race before making a pit stop, and then ended up finishing 8th and had a great result that day. He's actually heading Ricciardo for another pretty good result here. He's let me look at his how far is he ahead. He will come out still behind Tsunoda, so he would still be a net P12, but he will have much fresher tyres for the end of the race. And at this point, I think McLaren have probably got to put Ricciardo on the soft tyre to finish the race, because the soft tyre is performing better than the medium and the hard. As Max on lap 45, now 10 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. Carlos Sainz is currently a pit stop, or just over a pit stop, behind Russell in 4th place. If you're wondering how far he's off the lead on lap 45, Carlos Sainz is currently 31, 32 and a half. Carlos Sainz is about 41, 42 seconds off the lead. Ferrari are so shit. By the end of the race, Ferrari might be a minute off the winner. That is humiliating, to say the least. And Leclerc, just to update you, is only 3.7 behind Sainz, but it doesn't really matter about a battle there. As, yeah, Ferrari, absolute shit around this track. As Ricciardo has now pitted. What tyre will he go on to? As we're now looking at Zhou Guanyu. No, this is actually Valtteri Bottas following Alonso, or Ocon, sorry, who has just passed Zhou for 8th, and Bottas gets past as well. So Bottas now going to try and get his way back past the Alpine. He's got a good exit off turn 3, but Ocon gets the DRS assistance as well. And yeah, there's no way a move's going to be made into turn 4. But Ricciardo, yeah, has come out in 13th place, and he is on the soft compound tyre. So I'll keep you guys updated as to his pace and if he catches Tsunoda. And yeah, just seen a replay of Ocon and Bottas both passing Zhou down the pit straight. Thankfully, Zhou let his teammate through. But Alonso is on the hard. And then we've got... I haven't put Zhou down to 12th yet. But I will just quickly update that it'll be hard for 8th place and hard for 9th place, as Max Verstappen now 10.2 seconds clear of Hamilton, as Bottas again has the DRS on the back of Ocon. He's getting close into the braking zone, but no move can be made as Zhou Guanyu pits, and now everyone has made a pit stop in this Mexico City Grand Prix with 24 laps remaining. As Bottas, will he ever go into turn 4? No, he gets very close under braking, but yeah, just couldn't get a move actually done. As Zhou has pitted again, just like Ricciardo, for soft tyres. So Zhou is now 16th in this race, and he has actually lost position to Albon, Gasly, and Vettel. Not sure if he had a bad pit stop or anything, but yeah, he's lost a lot of positions there. So, your top 10 on lap 47, it's Verstappen leading from Hamilton 2nd, Perez 3rd, Russell 4th, Sainz 5th, Leclerc 6th, Alonso 7th, Ocon 8th, Bottas 9th, and Norris in 10th. Norris is not on the medium, he's on the hard compound, with Tsunoda in 11th place. Ricciardo is 12th on the soft compound tyre, with Vettel 13th on the medium. And then Albon 14th on the soft, Gasly 15th on the soft, Zhou 16th on the soft, Schumacher 17th, Stroll 18th, Magnussen 19th, and Latifi is last. Still all 20 cars running in this race on now lap 48. Max Verstappen in the next, 3-4 laps? Well, quicker than that. Probably the next lap or two, he is going to lap Bottas and Ocon. So Max is probably going to lap everyone except for, obviously, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, Sainz, and Leclerc. I would be surprised if Ferrari got lapped. I don't think they're quite that slow, even though they are currently on lap 48. 42 seconds off the lead with Carlos Sainz, and Leclerc further 4 seconds back from Sainz. But yeah, I think they will get to the end, Ferrari, without getting lapped, which I guess is something in their favour. As now George Russell we're looking at, following another car that he's about to lap. Looks like an Alpha Tauri, is it? Or is it Aston Martin? It's an Aston Martin. It's Sebastian Vettel, who's 9.5 seconds behind Ricciardo ahead of him. So Vettel's got no chance of moving forward. As now Russell is on the radio. If you're wondering, Sergio Perez currently has the fastest lap point. And yeah, lap 49, Max 10 seconds clear of Hamilton. Perez 1.4 behind Hamilton. Russell about 6.5 or just over 6.5 seconds behind Perez, and then Carlos Sainz 25 seconds behind Russell, and again Sainz about 43 seconds off the lead. At least Ferrari will be able, probably before the end, because they've got a pit stops gap to Alonso in 7th, they will be able to pit and go for the fastest lap point, which is something. But if they do pit again before the end of the race and Max does not, as Lewis says he's still having dropouts in power, and they say copy, he's doing well despite that, is Lewis. If they do pit again to do a fastest lap point, they would probably get lapped if they do that. So what matters more to Ferrari, a fastest lap point or the dignity of not getting lapped? As Hamilton is just coming round to start lap 50, 21 laps to go. I've got to be honest, this race has been absolutely terrible. I wish I could sit here and say, you know, oh, what a race we've had. We haven't. It's been very, very boring. This probably has been the worst race of the season so far. We've had some overtakes, but we haven't had any proper battles on track, really, except for, Gasly, Stroll, Bottas, Ocon. Other than that, it's been basically a practice session out there. But still, 21 laps to go. You never know what could happen. Still could get a safety car. Maybe Max's tyres will literally fall off his car. Never mind falling off the cliff. Yeah, we will find out. As Ricciardo looks to spice things up. He's already caught Tsunoda in a few laps. And he's now just half a second behind. So here we go, Daniel Ricciardo. And he's only Ricciardo 2.5 seconds behind his teammate Norris. So this is very good here for Ricciardo. Maybe he can spice things up. As says Martin Garrix, DJ, I think he is. In the stadium section, obviously he'll be operating the stage for the podium celebrations, which will be going on in about, well, obviously more than 20 laps from now. As Lewis did actually take 0.4 of a second out of Verstappen on that occasion, as Ricciardo goes for the move into turn 1. Tsunoda defends to the inside, and now Tsunoda having to try and position his car well, and Ricciardo gets a good exit from turn 3, but has he got enough speed in turn 4? Tsunoda knows he wants the inside line, Ricciardo, and is now Ricciardo trying to force Tsunoda into going offline, and can Ricciardo go down the inside into turn 6? He's going to go for it, but contact is made. So what's happened to Tsunoda? And Tsunoda has got going again, thankfully. I was hoping he wasn't going to stop there because that probably would have caused a safety car. But Tsunoda's car is probably broken. And, yeah, that's quite clear. And, yeah, Tsunoda's car, he's got a puncture or something as Tsunoda. And, yeah, that is quite clearly Ricciardo's fault, that accident. You can't overtake down the inside into turn 6 with these cars that's so wide and just massive. You just can't do it. So, yeah, Ricciardo at fault there. But, and he's dropped Ricciardo a few seconds, so I'm hoping he's not got a puncture as well. But, Tsunoda has now dropped to 16th place, and Max, I can tell you, on lap 52 is now 10.5 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. As Tsunoda now into the pits. And let me just update that Tsunoda is all the way down now to 16th place. And they're also going to change his front wing. A shame for Tsunoda because he was having a good race. Ahead of his teammate by quite a few seconds on track and was only a second or so away from a point. And Tsunoda, I think, is out of the race. I think he's out of the race, Tsunoda. That's a shame. And here we go. Down the inside, Ricciardo went to turn 6. And yeah, realistically, the move was never going to happen. They said, what the fuck is he doing? I think we're all wondering what the fuck Ricciardo's been doing in 2022, to be honest. And yeah, he got a good exit from turn 5, but it just wasn't good enough, really, to be forcing his car down the inside for turn 6. So yeah, Ricciardo clearly at fault for that. And again, these cars are so wide, they're so big compared to older F1 cars, you just can't go side by side in turn 6. So, yeah, Ricciardo quite clearly at fault for that collision. And yeah, he's lost a bit of bodywork as well, so I think that's probably why they wanted to retire him as well. As we're on lap 53. And yes, Tsunoda is out of the race. So let me just quickly update that. Ricciardo is now going quite a bit slower than Norris, who is in 10th. So Ricciardo's chance of getting into the points is dead. So Tsunoda is out. And then Ricciardo, yeah, is 11th on the soft tyre. And then you've got Alex Albon's now 12th, actually. Great job by Albon. And Lance Stroll, I've seen, is up to 16th place. Let me just update that. Stroll up to 16th. And yeah, Alex Albon up to 12th. Albon on the soft tyre and Vettel on the medium. So that's why Albon's got an overtake there. The soft tyre's really performing well now. As we're on lap 54. And we're now looking at Zhou Guanyu, who is in a train of cars queued behind Sebastian Vettel in the Alfa Romeo. And that, well, it's not a massive queue. It's only Gasly and Zhou behind Vettel. And I've just realised I've just accidentally put Stroll as a tyre on the screen. I'm sorry about that. That's funny. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't know I did that. Normally I put obviously the correct thing. But yeah. Lap 54 is Gasly down the inside of Vettel at turn 4. And he's got the move done. Vettel will try to go around the outside for turn 6. But yeah, Gasly's got the move done. Oh, Joe, don't do the same move at turn 6. And thankfully backs out of it. Smarter than Ricciardo was. And Gasly is now up to 13th position. And right, so we should update that Gasly is on the soft. Zhou, though, is definitely going to overtake Vettel here. As Vettel being forced to defend even into the stadium section. He's a lot slower. And, yeah, Alfa Romeo a lot quicker this weekend than And Daniel Ricciardo has been given a 10-second time penalty for that collision, which is absolutely fair. But I'm just wondering, why didn't Russell get that last week? Because obviously that collision that Ricciardo, caused, eliminated Tsunoda from the race. Why didn't they give him that penalty? Why didn't they give Russell that penalty last week? Again, doesn't make any sense. No consistency there. As Zhou gets a great exit from turn 3 on Vettel. And surely he will sail around the outside into turn 4. No, Vettel says, no chance, mate. And stays ahead. But Zhou gets a good exit. And no, he's not going to go for the move into turn 6. He knows that it's not realistic. But Latifi actually is on the soft tyre in 19th. Let me just update that. But yeah, maybe people out there think that's harsh for Ricciardo, but his causing a collision there eliminated Tsunoda from the race. And that's the penalty Russell should have got last week. So it is a fair penalty. And, well, at this rate, as Daniel Ricciardo has now improved his pace again. He's now within a second of Lando Norris, which is good to see. And Ricciardo's overtaken Norris. So Norris clearly has let Ricciardo through because Ricciardo is much faster. That's good to see from McLaren. Team orders done right. So Ricciardo up to 10th for McLaren. And Ricciardo obviously on the soft and Norris on the hard. Norris has Albon as the next car behind him. And Albon is, 11 seconds behind. So might get some racing there still. As Sergio Perez is just over a second behind Lewis Hamilton. This is literally a replica of last year's race. Max out in front, 12 seconds clear now of Lewis Hamilton with 15 full laps to go. So now on lap 57. With Sergio Perez all over the back of Lewis Hamilton for the second position. And, oh no, I've updated the wrong one there. Should be Albon on the soft and Norris on the hard. It does look as though Albon, though, is gaining about a second a lap on Norris. So Norris might be under threat from further cars behind. As that's who's that? That's the Alfa Romeo of Bottas and Ricciardo. Bottas, they've just lapped Hamilton and Perez, but I think Ricciardo's actually going quicker than Hamilton and Perez are in second and third place. Because he's now all over the back of Bottas for 9th, is Ricciardo. If Ricciardo keeps his pace up, though, he might be able, if he gets past Bottas on this lap, he might be able to get Ocon and maybe even Alonso. So this is very good from Ricciardo, despite the 10-second penalty. Obviously, with that penalty that he'll, will be added on to his final time in the end, as we're now on lap 58. Even if he gets past Alonso, he won't finish in 7th place. He'll probably then drop back down to 10th or 11th if he was to get that high up. Perez still over a second behind Hamilton, and there's no way he's going to be making a move. But here comes Ricciardo on Bottas. Bottas defends to the inside, and Ricciardo goes sailing around the outside. And Ricciardo up to 9th, and he now has another 6 seconds to go until he gets to Esteban Ocon. And that was a replay of... Was that Ricciardo? Yeah, it was a replay, I'm pretty sure, of Ricciardo. So, yeah, Ricciardo is up to 9th. Zhou has finally passed Vettel now. Is Vettel going to try and have a move back? Vettel is right behind him. And let me just wait. See if Vettel... No, Vettel is now behind. So Zhou has overtaken Sebastian Vettel for 14th place. It's now on lap 59. And let me just update that. And update that Ricciardo in 9th is on the soft compound tyre. By the way, cheers, Silverback Orangutan for the super chat. I'll read it out in just a moment. Just give me a couple minutes here. And remember, guys, when the race finishes, I'll still be around for another hour here on the stream to react with you guys to what's happened in this Mexico City Grand Prix. So make sure to stick around until the very end of the stream. We've still got plenty to go through here. But yeah, Ricciardo is 9th on the soft, Bottas 10th on the hard, and then Zhou on the soft in 14th, and Vettel 15th on the medium. There's a replay of Zhou passing Vettel, but I didn't really see it, to be honest. Yeah, there you go. Top 10, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, Sainz, Leclerc, Alonso, Ocon, Ricciardo, Bottas. Ricciardo is going at least a second and a half a lap quicker than Ocon right now. And Ricciardo could very well get up to 7th. Well, whether he'll keep 7th is another matter. One thing is helping Ricciardo is the Alpines are now having to get out of the way of the top 3 who are lapping them. So that's helping Ricciardo close the gap. And Ricciardo now only 1.2 seconds behind Esteban Ocon. So let me just update this picture quickly, put it in a better position. There you go. We're now on lap 60. About 11 and a half laps to go. Max Verstappen is 13 seconds clear of Hamilton, as Hamilton is now being held up by Alonso. And Hamilton now let through by Alonso, as Russell says, I'm still not happy with this tyre. The strategy call that Russell called for earlier, in the end, is actually the one they should have gone for, Mercedes, because it would have put Red Bull under serious pressure. But yeah, Mercedes heading for 2nd and 4th right now. And if you're wondering what's going on in Ferrari land, Carlos Sainz is half a minute behind Russell in 4th, the next car in front of him. And Russell is currently, or Sainz, is currently about 50 seconds off the lead. So yeah, by the end of the race, he will be about a minute off the lead. Will Carlos Sainz, as Perez now laps Alonso, and Alonso has now got Ocon and Ricciardo all over the back of him. Alonso obviously had to let through Hamilton and Perez on this lap. As Lewis says, that medium looks quick, mate. They're going to go to the end. And yeah, I think it's pretty obvious at this point they're going to go to the end of the race. As here comes Esteban Ocon past Fernando Alonso and Ricciardo down the inside as well. Has Alonso got a problem, or did he just make a mistake? But he's been overtaken twice on that pit straight. Now Ricciardo gets in the slipstream of Ocon to turn 4. Will he go round the outside? No, he holds on, does Ocon. But he is up to 7th with Ricciardo in 8th. And Ocon brilliantly parks it on the middle of turn 5, the exit. But Ocon is now up to 7th position. Now Alonso just had a bad run out of the final corner, and he's now down to 9th. But if Ricciardo can pass Ocon and then pull a 10-second lead, he could build enough of a... Or, you know, he could end up finishing in 7th place with that 10-second penalty that he does have, as we've got now 10 full laps to go, as the race is now starting to liven up. As Alonso says, unbelievable, mate. What a season. What a season. And yeah, he has had a lot of bad luck this season, as Alonso. As Ricciardo now down the pit straight. DRS wide open, as Alonso now going to have to move out of the way of George Russell, and Ricciardo right in the slipstream. Ocon doesn't even defend against Ricciardo, maybe because Alpine have told him about the penalty. And Ricciardo is up to 7th place. We haven't seen him that high up since the Australian Grand Prix, which feels about a million years ago. As Ricciardo on the soft now needs to build a 9.5 second or a 10-second lead, but it needs to go another 9.5 seconds quicker over the next 9.5 laps to finish in 7th. And if he does finish in 7th place, that would be a tremendous drive from Ricciardo, despite the poor attempt at an overtake on Yuki Tsunoda. But before we get into any more action here, as Russell now lapping Ocon, and he will lap Ricciardo in a moment. Let me just read out the super chat from Silverback Orangutan for $4.99. Who says, remember when I was cool and Chazza read my comments? Good times, Chazza, good times. Sorry, boring race, great call. Yeah, sorry if I've missed your comments at any time. Obviously, during the race, I'm concentrated on the action on screen. But yeah, make sure to stick around, Silverback, and I'll read out your comments in the chat after the race is finished when we get into the race reaction, as is a replay of Ricciardo. Oh, big moment on the exit of turn 11. As we're now looking at Valtteri Bottas, who's got Lando Norris only a second behind. Bottas and Norris, though, they're not too far behind the Alpine. So Alpine have just had a very sudden drop-off in pace, which is not good because they were heading for a great result. As Verstappen 13 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. And Hamilton now 4 seconds clear of Perez. So Perez, I think, at this point is pretty much given up. He knows he's not going to finish in second because for some reason the cars just can't overtake today. Unless they're on much quicker tyres, which we're seeing with, Ricciardo. Ricciardo, by the way, already 3.8 clear of Ocon. So just needs another 6.2 seconds in the next, 8 laps, I think it is, or 7 laps. And he'll do it. As Norris is trying to get within a second of Bottas to nick an extra point. Obviously, if he gets an extra point and Ricciardo does finish in 7th, McLaren would score an extra point over Alpine and close the gap down to 10 points in the championship with 2 races to go, as Williams there of Latifi. I didn't know he was that far behind. He's just let Albon and Gasly through, who are lapping him. That's embarrassing, letting his teammate through who's already a lap ahead. And Albon and Gasly fighting furiously over 12th and 13th, only a second separating them. Albon is still catching Norris. It was 10.9 seconds 15 laps ago. Now 5.5. So we might get a train of cars behind Alonso. And talking of Alonso, he's now got Bottas only a second or just under a second behind him. So things really starting to heat up in the midfield. At least they're giving us something to watch because there's nothing going on out front in this race. And comes to the stadium section, Bottas and Norris definitely within a second now. Bottas has dropped over a second behind Alonso, so Norris will have the DRS on Bottas down to turn 1, and wow, what a slipstream. He's gaining on Bottas, and Bottas doesn't even defend. And Norris up to 10th. Alonso's pulled off. And Alonso's out of the race. He's got some sort of engine issue. Maybe that's what he was talking about. And Alonso breaks down. Yes, smoke coming out the back. What a shame and what a disaster yet again for Alpine. And I don't think that should cause a safety car. I know, virtual safety car has now come out. I was going to say, I don't think that should cause a safety car because he's a bit down the escape route for turn 1. But Alonso, he has had such an unlucky F1 season. So Alonso, and he roars in his helmet like the lion he is. That's still 40 years old, and he's now out of the race. Alonso has been one of the top 6-7 drivers this season as he now waves to the Mexican fans, but he has been screwed plenty of times by his Alpine car and the Renault engine as well, as we're now on lap 66. I don't think we'll get any pit stops here, really, because we've got, 5 laps to go. And yeah, something clearly let go on Alonso's engine there. And he just went straight on. And, wasn't even in 8th gear at the end of the pit straight. So yeah, he already knew he had an issue. And then pulled off. And then threw his fist in the air. He was running in 7th place, remember? And that is such a shame, because now, as it stands, if McLaren score 8 points and Alpine score 4, the gap comes down to 7 points in the Constructors' Championship, as the virtual safety car has now finished and we're back underway again. And the order is exactly how it is on the screen, if you're wondering. I just want to update that Lance Stroll is actually on the soft tyres. Mick Schumacher is on the medium, with Magnussen and Latifi on the soft. As is a replay of Bottas and Norris. When the virtual safety car ended, Bottas trying to go around the outside of Norris into turn 1. But unable to get the move done. And couldn't get a good enough exit from turn 3 either. So good job by Norris there to keep Bottas at bay. As we're now on lap 67 out of 71. And Verstappen now 14 seconds clear of Hamilton. Ricciardo, by the way, is 7.7 seconds clear of Ocon. So now 7.9. So if he gains now 8 seconds, so all he needs now is 2.1 seconds in the final 3.5, 4 laps. And he will finish in 7th place, as Gasly's got DRS on the back of Albon now. He won't be going for a move into turn 4. By the way, shout out Alex Albon. Started 17th, qualified 19th, and he's only 2.3 seconds away from a point. And he may get a point yet, because he's catching Bottas. If he finishes in the points, he has to be my driver of the day, to be honest, because, what a performance. As Gasly also will be right there with Bottas at the end. But as well, guys, when the race does finish, let me know who your driver of the day is and what you would rate the race out of 10 for. I'm interested to see what you guys think about that. But, if Albon does get a point here, I'd have to go with Albon as driver of the day. As we're now on lap 68, and we've got, 3.5 laps to go in this Mexico City Grand Prix. And Albon now only 1.4 seconds behind Bottas. One thing that does help Albon a lot is he has a monstrous car in a straight line. So if he gets DRS on Bottas down that pit straight, it could be curtains for Valtteri. It's a shame for Bottas because he's driven brilliantly this weekend, but that soft tyre on the Williams is performing a lot better than the hard compound for Bottas, as we're now on lap 69. 3 full laps to go here in Mexico. I'll quickly update that on the Ferrari watch, I guess you could call it. Carlos Sainz is now 31.5 seconds behind George Russell in 4th. And Sainz is 55 seconds off the lead. So he won't be a minute behind by the end, but pretty much, close to a minute behind. As Gasly getting very interested on the back of Albon. As Albon must have been a mistake because he lost a bit of time. And now Gasly's got a great slipstream down the pit straight on Albon. And Albon already makes the move to the inside. Obviously, these two used to race for Red Bull. And Gasly up to 11th. And he's only got another 1.2, 1.3 seconds until he gets to Valtteri Bottas. Albon, though, gets a decent exit from turn 3. And no, he's not close enough. But Gasly, if he has a perfect final 2 laps or so, he may nick a point for AlphaTauri, which would actually put them level on points with Haas in the championship. As Haas are down in 16th and 17th, probably, well, they've got to be nearly 2 laps down, the Haas is. They're miles away from everyone else. As we are now on the penultimate lap. And, well, Charles Leclerc, who is 8 seconds, as George Russell pits to go for a fastest lap point. So he will go for it, Russell. Charles Leclerc will end up, at best, over a minute behind Verstappen at the end. So, yeah, Sainz might not, because Sainz is 8.1 clear of Leclerc, but Leclerc will end up over a minute behind the race winner in the end, as Daniel Ricciardo has pulled a 10-second gap. He's now 10.7, now 10.6 seconds clear of Ocon. So as long as he keeps it over 10 seconds now, Ricciardo will finish in 7th, and this is a big result for McLaren. Still got a way to go if they're going to finish 4th in the championship, but this is a big result for them. As Max Verstappen begins the final lap in Mexico, as he's set to take his 4th win in Mexico. As Perez completes the penultimate lap for himself. And he's a few seconds, about 3.5 seconds behind Hamilton. So Hamilton will keep 2nd. As Gasly, just to let you know, is just over a second behind Bottas. I'm not sure Gasly will end up getting a point in the end. As now we look at Max Verstappen with his beautiful gold helmet coming into the middle sector on this final lap. And, well, hasn't this been just a clear example of what we've seen a lot of times in the second half of the season and in 2022 in general? Max Verstappen out front with no one out there able to match him and the Red Bull team with a brilliant car that they've got. And strategically, once again, Red Bull got it absolutely bang on, as Verstappen now exits the stadium section to win what's going to be his 4th win in Mexico City and his 14th win of the season. Max Verstappen wins in Mexico and breaks the record for the most wins in a Formula 1 season. Now 14 wins for him, and he very well may end up with 16 by the end of the season with 2 races to go. As Lewis Hamilton, 15 seconds behind, finishes in 2nd. Good drive, nothing else he could do really. Perez finishes 3rd. Russell may get the fastest lap point at the end and finish in 4th. Gasly is right on Bottas's tail. I don't think we're going to see it though on this final lap, that battle. But hold on, let's just wait to see what happens. So yeah, Russell will finish in 4th. And then it will be Sainz finishing 5th. Leclerc 6th. Ricciardo has finished in 7th with Ocon 8th. Norris 9th. Bottas finishes in 10th with Gasly in 11th place. Albon 12th. Zhou 13th. Vettel 14th. Stroll 15th. Schumacher 16th, Magnussen 17th, Latifi 18th, and your 2 retirements are Alonso and Tsunoda. So there you go, guys. That is the Mexico City Grand Prix of 2022 in the books. And, hold on, let me just do that better. So let me just put properly race over. So yeah, for the next hour, guys, stay with me here. And let me know what you thought of the Mexico City Grand Prix of all the teams and drivers. And let me know again your driver of the day and what would you rate the race out of 10 for. My driver of the day is Max Verstappen. I know people may say, well, what about Ricciardo? But because of his collision with Tsunoda, I can't give him it. So Max Verstappen is the driver of the day. Just, yeah, nothing could stop him in the end. And out of 10, what would I rate this race for? I'm going to say a 3. I was thinking maybe a 2, but I'm gonna give it a 3. And the reason is because it did liven up in the midfield at the end, but yeah, wasn't an exciting race whatsoever. And I'm sure Nib, my co-commentator normally, fell asleep during that whole race. But yeah, let me know your driver of the day in the chat and what you rate the race out of 10 for as well. And I'll get to your comments soon. And what I'm going to do quickly is just post the link of the stream out a couple times, and then we'll get cracking into this race reaction. Let me just quickly post it out on my community tab. Come join us here for instant reaction to the Mexico City GP. And of course, because Sergio Perez finished in 3rd, there will still be a big party on the podium and around the podium area because he finished on the podium yet again. 2nd year in a row. To be honest, it wasn't really difficult for him to finish on the podium. As soon as he got past Russell on the first lap, it was never really in doubt. Right. Let's quickly post this out on Twitter, the link, and then I'll get to the race reaction. Come join us here for instant reaction to the Mexico GP. And I'll just do a few hashtags and then we'll get started with this. Let's do a few more if I can. Let's do 2 more hashtags actually, and then I think we're done. All right, there you go. So, and that's now tweeted out. So yeah, keep letting me know, guys, in the chat what you thought of the race and the best drivers were, and who is your driver of the day for the Mexico City Grand Prix. But now I will go through the teams and how I thought they did in today's Mexico City Grand Prix firstly, and then we'll come to your comments in the chat. So I will get to them, don't worry. But we'll start with Red Bull Racing. Brilliant job by them. Yeah, Max Verstappen brilliantly kept the lead of the race. The first stint of the race, though, was pretty tough. Lewis Hamilton was pretty close to Verstappen, and then Verstappen did a very good first stint to got on the soft tyres that were wearing out pretty quickly at the time. Then went on to the medium. Hamilton went a few laps longer, went onto the hard, but the medium was just way quicker than the hard compound today. And Verstappen pulled away relentlessly from Hamilton, and it ended up the gap as I think 15 seconds between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. The same type of dominance that Max had at this Grand Prix last year. So congratulations to Verstappen again. 14th win of the season. His 34th career win in F1. He's only 25 and he's already surpassed Alonso and Nigel Mansell in race wins in his career. It's going to be terrifying to see how many races he wins in F1. He'll probably, by 30 years old, already be on 70 or 80 race wins. But yeah, great job by Verstappen. Nobody could stop him. That is the clear fact of the situation. Sergio Perez, yeah, good start to the race. Good move on Russell at turn 4 on lap 1 to get ahead of him. And that was the key in beating Russell to 3rd. And then after that, obviously Perez did pit quite a bit earlier than the other cars around him because his tyres, soft tyres, were going off quite a bit. But yeah, he tried to put pressure on Hamilton, but he just couldn't get close enough to have a go at Hamilton. I think Hamilton was just too quick, and the Mercedes was too quick in the middle sector. So yeah, Perez just couldn't keep up with Hamilton in the end. If Perez could have got consistently inside a second of Hamilton and got the DRS, I think Perez probably could have had a go. But yeah, on the times he was genuinely much quicker, just couldn't get past Lewis Hamilton. But first and third, great result. On pace, they probably should have finished first and second overall for the race. But yeah, a great result for them. And brilliant job for the Red Bull team, who have now won 14 races with Max. And that's their 16th win of the season with what you call it, for Red Bull. I'm just saying, for the podium stuff, it seems as though some fans may have actually broken out onto the track, or at least they're trying to. The Mexican fans, I've got to say, have been pretty boisterous this weekend, and let's hope that nothing happens bad, down there. But yeah, Red Bull, they were the best team today, and with 2 races to go, I don't see them being stopped in Brazil or Abu Dhabi. Mercedes, they've got a good car, but they just don't have enough of a good car to win, and they just don't produce on strategy as well as Red Bull do, and they just don't get the big moments right when they need to, when they get their chances. That's why Mercedes have still not won a race in 2022. But I'm seeing from Rooks that the Stroll tyre joke was the highlight for me of the race. Yeah, that was probably the highlight of the race, to be honest, because it's pretty bad, this Grand Prix. But yeah, great job by Red Bull. Just too quick, and I think they'll win the next 2 races as well. And the final 2 races of 2022. Quickly, we'll go through the absolute shite team known as Ferrari. 5th and 6th, they were never going to do any better than that. We know their race pace is bad, but wow, I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I think I said at the, what do you call it? I think I said before the race that Ferrari would probably end up, 30, maybe 40 seconds behind the race winner in the end. So I thought it'd be bad, but I didn't think they would end up with Carlos Sainz, the highest placed Ferrari driver, in finishing 5th, but 55 seconds-ish, I think, off the leader in the end. I'm trying to actually see how far Sainz was from the leader. I'm just trying to see if I can find that quickly for you guys. The gaps between the Ferraris and Red Bull. But yeah, Ferrari, just to summarize quickly, they were absolutely fucking horrendous. No pace. They were second a lap off the pace of Red Bull, and at times they were even a second a lap slower than Mercedes. They will be quicker in Brazil and Abu Dhabi. Obviously, the race being at altitude and them having the downforce issues and some engine issues as well has not helped. So this is not exclusive, is exclusive mostly to this circuit, but they are not winning any of the final 2 races. There's absolutely no way that's going to happen, because even though in Brazil they'll be closer and Abu Dhabi they'll be closer, we know over a Grand Prix distance, their car is just too slow compared to Red Bull and Mercedes. And just to let you guys know, Carlos Sainz finished 5th, 58.1 seconds behind Verstappen. Leclerc finished 1 minute and 8 seconds off Verstappen. That is horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. And they can't blame it on being on the wrong tyres at any time. They were just simply horrendously slow in this Grand Prix today. So, and even with the final lap of the race, Max Verstappen was 0.7 of a second quicker than Leclerc. And then Sainz and Leclerc was what, 3 seconds slower than Verstappen. So yeah, horrendous pace, horrendous tyre wear, horrendous car this weekend, horrendous team. What else do I have to say? They haven't won a race since Austria in the first week of July. This year, really, they should have at least put up somewhat of a challenge for the World Championship. And, well, that's been non-existent. And, yeah, what an embarrassing Grand Prix today. But I'm sure that Mr. Binotto will have his excuses ready. Because he usually does Binotto. About how, the Ferrari car isn't actually as bad in some ways, shape or form. I'm actually just trying to have a quick look to see if we've already got some comments from Binotto, because I'm interested to see what he has to say in regards to the result today. Funnily enough, the Ferrari News Twitter account, which has got almost 100,000 followers, did not tweet once during the race. I don't blame him, because that race was pure depression if you're a Ferrari fan. By the way, we've almost got 250 likes, so let's try and get that before we get to the end of this stream if we can, guys. That'd be great. But yeah, Ferrari, absolute shit, and yeah, they're not winning any more races this season. No doubt about that in my mind. So now let's go on to Mercedes-Benz, a much better team right now. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton, great start to the race. Great move on the first lap to get ahead of George Russell. Had very good pace in the first stint of the race, but Verstappen started to pull away then on the soft compound tyre. Hamilton did have some issues with the engine cutting out, which I'm sure did not help him, but even if that didn't happen for him today, I still think Verstappen wins easily, because at the end of the day, Mercedes got it wrong on strategy. They didn't go long enough on their medium tyres that they started on. They should have gone a lot longer into the race. And instead of going onto the hard tyre, they should have gone onto the soft tyre, which was miles quicker than the other tyres, especially in the last 25, 30 laps of that race. So, yeah, Mercedes got it wrong on the strategy there. I know it says Russell in fourth on the soft there, but he pitted for the soft with a couple laps to go to try and get the fastest lap point, which I'm not sure if he did or not. I'd have to go and check. But yeah, Mercedes, again, just like at the Dutch Grand Prix, arguably last weekend as well, just not selecting the right tyres for their pit stops. Last week, they really should have gone onto the medium tyre with Hamilton. Maybe Max still would have won the race, but yeah, they really should have gone on to the medium to be as sure as they could. They would hold on for victory. Obviously, the Dutch Grand Prix, they should have pitted Hamilton under the safety car for soft tyres to give him the best chance of victory. But yeah, they did not decide to do so. So Mercedes, yeah, Verstappen was great today, and Red Bull have been great this season and today, no doubt about it. But let's not pretend like Mercedes did the best they could, because I don't think they did. I don't think their strategy was necessarily the best strategy they could have gone for in this race. But second and fourth, it's still a good result. They were 53 points behind They were 53 points behind Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. If Russell did get the fastest lap point, then the gap should now be down to... hold on. So Ferrari are on 18 points. Not 18 points. Ferrari have scored 18 points. And Mercedes, if Russell did get the fastest lap, should have scored 31 points. Rook's saying Russell did get the fastest lap right. Yeah. So Russell scored 13 points. Hamilton scored 18, so that's 31. Ferrari scored 18, so they've gained 13 points. So it's down to 30 or 40 points. So, they could catch Ferrari, but they would have to probably win one of the final two races, which I don't think they're going to do. But good race, good weekend, but in the end, just not enough to win. And yeah, they're not going to win a race before the end of the season, in my opinion, which is a shame, but they should have built a better car at the end of the day. And now we will go on to the midfield teams, not that team, this team, McLaren. Lando Norris, great job by him to finish in 9th and to get past Valtteri Bottas. A vital overtake for McLaren, get an extra point there. And for Daniel Ricciardo, a great drive, a really great drive. Yes, going onto the soft tyre for his second stint really did help, because that soft compound tyre was on another planet compared to the people on the hard tyre and even on the medium. And that really helped Ricciardo. Still, his collision with Tsunoda was poor, and he should not have gone for that move at turn 6. Got a 10-second penalty, but credit to him, did not let it get him down. And then he overtook Norris. Norris did let him through, though. And yeah, he overtook Ocon. Alonso, obviously, he overtook as well. I think at the same time. Do I remember? No. Ocon and Ricciardo overtook Alonso, and then Ricciardo, a lap later or so, overtook Esteban Ocon, and then built the 10-second lead he needed so that the penalty would not drop him down any lower. And that's why Daniel Ricciardo ended up winning the... I'd say... I was going to say winning the race, but actually, I think you could say that he won the midfield. Well, he did win the midfield fight, unless you include Ferrari in that as well, which I'm not sure you would quite include them in that. But yeah, great job by Daniel Ricciardo. McLaren score 8 points for this Grand Prix. And Alpine, who will go on to now, if we can. Yeah, here we go. Alpine only come away with 4 points, which is very disappointing for them, because for quite a while in this race, when especially when Ocon passed Bottas brilliantly round the outside into turn 2, and of turn 1 and into turn 2 rather. Yeah, Esteban Ocon was driving very well. Pace was looking good. Fernando Alonso was out in 7th place. Again, driving very well. Pace was looking good. And then suddenly, engine issues began to develop. Alonso was overtaken by Ricciardo, and Ocon, clearly, the reason he was overtaken by them both was because he was already having an issue with his engine, which I didn't know at the time. I think I might have missed a radio message which indicated towards that. And then Alonso obviously retired from the race, causing a virtual safety car. What a shame. I mean, would he have finished in 7th with, Ricciardo having the pace he did? I think Alonso probably does just about finish in 7th place if he had not had the engine issue he had. And, Alpine would have had then an extra... Ocon would have dropped down a position to 9th, but Alonso would have been in 6th. So they would have actually gained an extra 4 points for today and would have outscored McLaren in this race. But now the gap is down to 7 points. Yes, 7 points in the championship between Alpine and McLaren. Still, it's in Alpine's hands. They are in 4th. McLaren are still hunting them down in 5th. But Alpine have got to stop doing this. They've had so many great opportunities to pretty much wrap up this fight, and they just haven't. They just keep allowing McLaren. This is why I do think McLaren will finish 4th in the championship, because I think McLaren will still get a big race result before the end of the season, because Alpine just keep opening the door for the McLaren team. And I think McLaren will still end up 4th in the championship, but really Alpine should be the one finishing ahead of McLaren, because Alpine are quicker right now than McLaren. We've clearly seen that. We saw that today. But, again, Alpine just not delivering the result that they should. But, disappointing for Alpine. But, again, it is still in their hands. We'll see whether they can deliver on it. or deliver, 4th place in the championship. Sorry, I was just looking at something on Twitter to see if there's any news. And I've seen that Gasly has been given 1 penalty point for his incident as well. The Gasly's on 10 penalty points, I believe, until next May. So Gasly's got to be careful. Anyway, let's go on to the rest of the teams. Alfa Romeo, good job by Bottas to finish in 10th, but really I do feel as though he should have done better today. Ocon and Norris really did mug him off in the overtakes they did on him. Norris, I will say, had an enormous slipstream on Bottas. So I'm not sure, to be fair to him, he could have done that much about Lando Norris. But with the Ocon overtake, Ocon made him look a bit silly. Bottas defended the inside, and then Ocon just sailed around the outside as if Bottas was letting him through. Yeah, that was very disappointing racing there by Bottas, but he finished in the points. For the first time since the Canadian Grand Prix, which was a really long time ago. And now Alfa Romeo, with 2 races to go, are 4 points clear of Aston Martin in the championship. So if they can keep it at 4 points by the conclusion of next Grand Prix, the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, then I think they'll be just about okay to finish 6th in the championship with Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo. So good job by him and good job by Alfa Romeo. Zhou finishing 13th. He had a good race. Did Zhou Guan Yu? Probably, could have done better this weekend. But again, he hasn't raced here at the circuit before. So I will give him a pass for this Grand Prix. With Zhou. But I just want to update that actually Gasly was on the soft tyre, not the hard tyre. I don't know why I put him on that tyre. And Vettel was actually on the medium. So let me just update that because those are the wrong tyres there. But I thought Zhou had a good race. He was running in 12th place for a while. And he had decent pace, but just not as good as his teammate. But again, never raced around him before. Definitely had an effect on his lack of pace this weekend compared to Bottas. But again, 1 point scored for Alfa Romeo, 1 point more than Aston Martin, and it's looking good now for them finishing 6th in the championship. And the next team we'll go on to very, very quickly is Haas F1. And Haas F1, absolute shit. 16th and 17th, no pace at all. And let's move on. There's nothing to say about them. AlphaTauri, their drivers did pretty well today. Pierre Gasly, he finished in 11th place in the end. Pretty sure he would have taken the 5-second penalty at his first pit stop, I'm pretty sure, Gasly. So, without that 5-second penalty, Gasly probably would have finished in 10th, maybe 9th place in this race. At the end of the day, he has to blame himself as to why he didn't finish in the points, Gasly. He just clearly forced Stroll off the track when he overtook him at turn 4. Yuki Tsunoda, though, I feel very sorry for. Was running well in 11th place. He was only a second or so off Norris, who was just inside the top 10. And then Ricciardo at turn 6 punts him out of the race. And that is disappointing because Tsunoda was clearly ahead of his teammate Gasly in qualifying and in the race as well. Driving well at the minute, but just, robbed of a decent result from this race. And actually, with Alonso's... Actually, no, Tsunoda was 12th, wasn't he? He was 12th, sorry. But he would have been 11th if... Because with Alonso's engine failure, Tsunoda would have finished in probably 11th place or 12th place, something like that, which would have been a decent result for him, considering... Again, considering how well, he was driving. But disappointing for him, but nothing he could do about it. But Gasly, again, could have done better today if it wasn't for that 5-second penalty that he picked up deservedly for pushing Stroll off the circuit. But, AlphaTauri miss out on scoring a point. and they remain 1 point behind Haas F1 with 2 races to go. Next up, Aston Martin. They were also absolute shit this weekend. 14th and 15th in the race. Sebastian Vettel, I've got to say, I thought did well in this race. He was on the soft tyre until lap 39, I think. And then, in the end, I think Aston Martin just went with the wrong strategy, because what they should have done is swapped it round with him starting on the medium and then going onto the soft rather than the other way round. But, he drove well, Vettel, but the car's just been very poor this weekend. And they've missed a chance here to try and get ahead of Alfa Romeo, but they've got 2 chances left. I reckon they've still got a decent chance to get ahead of Alfa Romeo, but yeah, they're going to have to really execute well in the sprint race and race in Sao Paulo, and then of course in the final weekend in Abu Dhabi, which is in 3 weeks from now. And finally, Williams, Latifi obviously at the very back, about 2 or 3 laps down. Alex Albon, I thought drove very well today. Finished in 12th, only 2 or 3 seconds, I think, away from finishing in the points. Great drive, and he is definitely one of my drivers of the day. Probably my second place in my driver of the day voting, if I was to do like a top 5. Albon, great drive in the Williams, proving that, he's had such a good season and he is driving so well right now. And, if things had gone differently in qualifying, maybe if he had qualified, 3 or 4 positions higher, which I'm not sure was entirely possible, but, if he could have, then you never know. He could have ended up in the points in the end. But a great recovery, considering he started in 17th position. But we'll now go back onto these pictures, and I'll now come to you guys in the live chat. And yeah, I want to see what you guys think in terms of your driver of the day, rating out of 10 for the race. And let me now come into the chat to see what you guys are saying. Let me find the start of the comments after the race had finished, if I can. McLaren from Racers, Max driver of the day. G Walker says Danny Rick driver of the day. Rooksfoot says Ricardo, obviously driver of the day. 3.5 out of 10 for the race, which is about what I thought it was. Prank says Supermax driver of the day. Ken Waller says the race was absolutely terrible. I nearly fell asleep. Yeah. If I wasn't doing what I was doing, I probably would have considered having a nap, to be honest. Juan Alba says Danny Rick, driver of the day. Ewok says 2 out of 10 for the race. Crystal Racing says 3 out of 10. And Crystal says, I'm only giving Ricardo driver of the day because I think Brazil and Abu Dhabi are the final 2 races of his F1 career. Yeah, most likely. Ewok says, night guys, shattered now, clocks changing of streaming. Thanks, Chazza, mods, and chat. Peace. Thanks, Ewok. Cheers for coming along. Crystal Racing gives ratings, actually, for the teams as well. In the chat by saying 9.5 out of 10 for Red Bull, Merc and Ferrari 4, McLaren 8, Alpine 6.5, Alpha 7, AlphaTauri 6, Williams 7, Haas 3, Aston 5. I'm not sure about Mercedes for 4 out of 10. I'd say Mercedes probably a 6, but yeah, Ferrari I'd probably put lower than a 4. Probably like a 2 or something. Aaron Donker says, I was going to say 2 out of 10 between the roll tyres. Come on at the end, it got a bit more exciting, so I give it a 3 out of 10. Yeah, sorry about that, but at least it entertained you guys. Ferrari too busy preparing for their Christmas party with Italy's footballers who are boycotting. Sorry, failed to qualify for the World Cup. Himesh says Ferrari was definitely tuned down, way too slow. We'll have to see what what the issues were, and that Ferrari News Twitter account has just tweeted 40 seconds off the podium. It hurts. Yes, it does. Absolutely unbelievable how bad they were. Fert says basically 2019 2.0 season for Ferrari. Ferrari bottle jobs. Ferrari have better strategy in car development under Arriva-Bene, Kimi and Vettel. True. McLaren from races. Merck should have known high altitude means no grip. Thus tyres make no difference really. Rotty Shep Caliber says 2 out of 10 driver of the day Lewis because he gave us hope for a good race. Crystal Racing doing a fake quote for Binotto by saying Spinotto, we are trying our hardest and we are committed to hoping we can pit Red Bull Racing and Mercedes under a little more pressure. Let's see if I can look in chat for some more comments. I will say with Ferrari, I mean, I still believe there'll be a front-running team next season. You got to remember, what do you call it? What was I going to say? You know, with them, you know, they've got a lot of resources. They've got a lot of money, Ferrari. But because we have the cost cap now, and lower down teams in the championship have more wind tunnel testing, obviously, than front-running teams, that means Ferrari, you know, they can't use those things as advantages anymore to pull away from the midfield. And if you look at this season, Ferrari went from quickest to, at the minute, third quickest, at least in race conditions. And there's, you know, there's definitely a possibility next season, if they don't really improve their car that much, that next season they might drop off into the midfield. I mean, we have to remember in 2020 and 2021, they were a midfield team. And operationally, they're not as good as Red Bull and Mercedes. They're not even on the same planet as Red Bull and Mercedes. So, you know, if you're a Ferrari fan, the point I'm trying to make is you could be waiting quite a while for your next win. Maybe another year. Who knows? So Heavy Deuce says, sorry, boring race. No first year. M. Moen says 72.2% versus 72.7%. I think for the because Crystal Racing was asking, does anyone know the percentages of Schumacher winning 13 races in 18 in 2004 and Verstappen winning 16 potentially in 2022? And yeah, I think Verstappen would edge it out in the end. James Swinnerton says Merck should have followed a similar strategy to Red Bull. Lewis matched Max's pace at times with slower tyres. Maybe an interesting race was on if Merck used softs on lap 1. Yeah, I mean, if they were to go back and do things differently, they would have copied Red Bull's strategy because it was definitely the better one to go for. And I was surprised that they, even though I said before the race, if I, you know, was a driver, I prefer to start on the medium. I was expecting at least one Mercedes to start on the soft compound tyre. The reason is because, you know, they've got nothing to lose and they're second and third and they need to go for it if they want to win the race. But they went conservative and it cost them. Definitely cost Russell on the first lap. You know, the 2 positions. Hamilton was on the medium as well, but quite clearly Russell was not up to speed on that tyre for the first 10 laps or so. But let me read out some more comments in the chat. Will Chance's Ferrari went from quickest to shit in such a short period of time. That's calling it like it is, as usual. Danny Rick driver of the day. Will Chance's Danny Rick was on a madness outside of punting Yuki. Max was sublime, working the mediums for the majority of the race. Crystal Racing says more chance of a Vettel return than Ricciardo. I'd still say there's more chance of a Ricciardo of a Ricciardo return. But yeah, I don't think a Vettel return is out of the question. Eric says, would have a safety car, a virtual safety car, if they had enough time to pit, it would have benefited Mercedes, or would have a safety car. Hold on, let me redo that. Eric asks, would have a safety car or virtual safety car, if they had enough time to pit, have benefited Mercedes or Red Bull? Well, we did get a virtual safety car for most of a lap, but no. When it came out, there was only 5 laps to go. But if there was a safety car of like 20 laps to go, then yeah, it would have benefited Mercedes. They would have been on a better tyre. But would they have won the race? Probably not, because Red Bull would have probably moved on to the same compound to cover off Mercedes on the strategy there. Crystal Racing says, positives for Ferrari. Rueda hasn't made any major errors since Hungary. True. But if it isn't one thing that's failing at Ferrari, it's another. Ferrari, yeah, I've already read that comment. Eric says Ferrari and Mercedes right now remained of football teams that keep trying different things and trying to change strategies to compete with Red Bull, but nothing seems to work. And right, I think I've gone through a lot of the comments there. I think, to be honest, guys, because the race was pretty boring, and I'm also absolutely knackered, I'm probably going to end the stream in the next 5 minutes or so, because yeah, I've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. 420, interesting number. Especially if you're German, of course. But yeah, because the race was so boring and there was not much to talk about, I think I'm just going to read a final few comments and then I'll come to the end of the stream. But please stick around still, because I have what do you call it? I have some things to let you guys know in terms of my content schedule between now and the next race, and I want to let you guys know what my official schedule is for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix as well. Great stream, Chaz. Thanks for that, Crystal. Right, I'll read out 2 more comments from Eric and then James Swinnerton. Eric says, does this not show how tough of a driver Max is? He already won the championship, but he's going just as hard as he's been all season. He's not going any easier. Well, that's what the top drivers do. They want to win everything they can, because you never know, when your career's going to end in F1. So, you want to win every race that you can. And the final comment I'll read is from James Swinnerton. Merc are improving all the time. I think they could be front runners next season again, because they aren't in a championship battle, therefore they can focus on next season. Yeah, I think Mercedes, as I said, I think yesterday, they are the team to watch for 2023. And I really hope next season that, what do you call it? I really hope next season that we get, Mercedes as a title contender, because that's what we need. Because if we've got Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes as a top 3, and Red Bull are still this quick compared to Mercedes and Ferrari, the next season, even with a 10% reduction in wind tunnel time, is a closed case in terms of who is going to win the championship. But guys, that is it for this 2022 Mexico City Grand Prix weekend. Thank you guys so much for coming for the content this weekend. Obviously, I did a practice 1, practice 2, practice 3 qualifying and race watch along this weekend, and a weekend preview. So I've done got to be close, or maybe over 15 hours of streaming this weekend. So thank you guys for tuning in for a lot of it. Been great to have you. And as well, if you are new to the channel and you've newly subscribed, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. If you haven't, though, and you are still watching, make sure to subscribe for more content like this. And before you go, guys, make sure to smash that like button as well, obviously to help the channel grow, because obviously the more likes the video gets, it does help in the algorithm. Yeah, cheers for everyone watching this weekend. And if you've, again, newly subscribed, thank you very, very much. Just want to quickly, though, get into my plan of content for Brazil. So, between now and the Sao Paulo Grand Prix weekend, or the Thursday of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix weekend, there will be, unfortunately, no content on the channel. And the reason is because next week, I'm back from half term for uni. So I've got to concentrate on that for a couple of weeks. Or for, next week and then the start of the week after. So that's why there won't be any content on the channel between now and the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. But when we get to the Thursday of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix weekend, that's Thursday, the 10th of November, I'll be doing, as usual, at 6 p.m. UK time, my weekend preview for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And then, because it's a sprint weekend, the plan is not to cover practice 1, because it's on too early in the day for, I think, a lot of you guys to be able to watch, because you'll be at work and, other things that are going on in the usual working day. So I will not be doing a practice 1 watch along, but on Friday, 11th of November, the Friday of that weekend, I will be live at 6 p.m. UK time for the qualifying watch along. We'll do an hour's build up, then get into the session at 7 p.m. UK time, and then obviously for about half an hour after, as usual, we'll react with you guys to what's happened in qualifying. And then on the Saturday, practice 2 is at 3:30 p.m. UK time. Now, practice 2 on a sprint weekend is useless, so I will not be doing a watch along for that session. So no practice watch alongs for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Instead, I will be going live 2 hours before the sprint race starts on the Saturday at 5:30 p.m. UK time. And then we'll be doing a build up to the sprint race. Sprint race starts at 7:30 p.m. UK time. Lasts for, half an hour. And then for about half an hour after, I'll be reacting with you guys to the Sao Paulo sprint race. And then on the race day, I will be live at 4 p.m. UK time. 2 hours before the race starts for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix preview. Race starts at 6 p.m. UK time. And then for an hour, hopefully, after the race, I'll be reacting with you guys to the Grand Prix. And hopefully, to get to, an hour after the race, I'll be able to actually talk about a bit more from that Grand Prix than we've seen in this one. Because this race was quite a boring one. So yeah, that's the plan for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Weekend preview on the Thursday, qualifying watch-along on the Friday, sprint race watch-along on the Saturday, and then a race watch-along on the Sunday. Make sure to join me for all of that for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix weekend. And I will also try to work on some videos, recorded content that I've got planned for the winter break. And I've just seen Eric ask, what's my plan? What do I do during the off season? Normally, when I have the channel, obviously, and I'm feeling good, I make videos occasionally when I've got time. But I've got a job that, part-time job that gets quite busy during the Christmas period. And then, I've got uni, which, will keep me occupied during the winter as well. But, I will be making content during the off-season. At the minute, the plan is to upload about 9 or 10 recorded videos for you guys during the off-season, which is between, the day after the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix and, say, mid-February. And there may be, as well, the occasional live stream, but at the moment, I haven't got any live streams planned for the off-season. But if I decide to go live at any point, I will let you guys know, during the off-season itself. But obviously, we're not there yet, thankfully. And we've got a couple races to go. So make sure to come around for that content, guys, for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And again, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Don't forget to smash the like button again if you haven't. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 to keep up with the content on my channel. And join our Discord server below. Link below in the description for that. It'd be great to have you in that server as well. And along with our community here that we've got in this small section, I guess you could say, of the F1 community. But guys, until the weekend preview for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix in 11 days from now. Yeah, until then, that's the next time I'll be live on the channel. Until then, guys, and until the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, weekend in Interlagos, Brazil. It has been me, Jazza HD. Goodbye.